Well, the PlayStation job posting has everybody worried, excited, angry. It was wow. It was quite the weekend. I was a little bit busy, but I was able to put out a short, try to interact with you guys a little bit on the poll, and in the comments, people are declaring that PlayStation is dead. PlayStation's going third party. PlayStation is over. Nintendo won the console war. The responses are varied, and so I've got a video coming later today just asking the question, is PlayStation changing their strategy? So that is a longer video because we look at a lot of different things. And I say this in the video, I'm going to say this now. If anybody is sort of doing analysis of the situation and they are ignoring recent remarks by Hideaki Nishino or Herman Hulst, or even previous remarks by Hiroki Totoki, I would consider that analysis to be very lacking and very lopsided. The job description is coming out roughly 30 days after both Hideaki Nishino and Herman Hulst spoke specifically to questions about the strategy, and they were specifically asked, are you copying Microsoft? Are you feeling the need to do that? So make sure and check out that video. It's a longer video because there was so much to consider. One of the aspects of the video that I did want to discuss with you guys in the live environment is the idea that this is hurting the brand. And this actually, I think this conversation started even before the job posting. Basically, people were saying, well, as soon as they started putting games on PC, it was hurting the brand. And that's being, heightened by the fact that they're putting games onto Xbox with Helldivers 2. I speculated that Marvel Tokone Fighting Souls will probably be another sort of ongoing live service style game that will end up on other platforms at some point, given the nature of those games. They benefit from being in as many places as possible. But the notion that this is hurting the brand, I actually think, and I demonstrated in the video, and I was going to discuss it with you guys today, as well as there's a lot of moving parts here and what this could mean. And I don't think it hurts the brand, because if it would hurt the brand, it would have hurt them this gen specifically. They have been putting games on PC for a while now, basically the entirety of this gen. And the PS5 is their strongest console yet. They are actually sort of surprised that the sales of the PS5 are on pace with the PS4 without the mid-gen price drop. They were anticipating a slowdown, and they have been pleasantly surprised that that has not happened. They are boasting, monthly active user records. They're boasting new user acquisition in high percentages. Somewhere between 20 and 30% of the people who have purchased a PS5 are like brand new consumers. So if taking your games to another platform later was hurting the brand, I think you'd be able to demonstrate that right now with the PlayStation 5, because putting the games on PC was actually upsetting for fans. I remember seeing people that did not like the fact that they were doing this. They were critical of it. I remember people were sort of celebrating when The Last of Us Part 1 ported and it had a bunch of problems, and they were sort of celebrating that, which I actually thought that was very strange. I was like, well, if you're a fan of the property and you're a fan of the company, why would you want the game doing poorly, right? So I see no evidence of this hurting the brand, but if somebody were convinced that PlayStation was going to start putting their games day and date onto PC and onto Xbox or Nintendo Switch too, like the exact same time. So let's just say there's a third Ghost of Tsushima game coming, and they make it for all the platforms, and it lands on all the platforms the exact same day, okay? I would agree at that point that they have harmed their brand. It would make the exclusive no longer exclusive in any sense of the word. The game's development would not be prioritizing the hardware. That's a big aspect of my video this afternoon, is looking at all of the language and investment about how they view their games and the relationship that it has with the hardware specifically. They speak about their games and the relationship to the hardware very differently than Xbox ever has. They speak very differently than Nintendo ever has, largely driven by the fact that they're a tech company. Sony is driven by the tech. You're going to see this in things like the Project Amethyst relationship. You're going to see this in updates to PSSR next year. They want to advance the tech, and I don't see any evidence of them wavering from that. I also don't see any evidence of them saying, well, we're going to start having our games built for all of the platforms. Another point I make in the video, I look at development timelines. I look at what they would be doing, and we look at the evidence. Well, there isn't any, but The point is, I don't see this hurting the brand unless they completely abandon everything that they have been prioritizing this gen, which is games for PlayStation first. They go to other platforms later. I also talk about the future of Xbox hardware playing a role here. I also talk about the possibility of older PlayStation games landing on Nintendo Switch 2. I don't think that's beyond the scope of possibilities, that you could see games from the PS4 era land on the Switch 2. Now, again, that would require some finesse and some, good porting chops, but I don't think these things are outside of the current strategy, which is to center around the actual PlayStation itself, and all those decisions are in relationship to that. This job posting, as far as we can tell, is to analyze the profitability of games that land on all of the other platforms. This could be anything from Helldivers 2 to the Lego Horizon game. They might even be analyzing when Marathon launches, which we all know that's basically going to be a flop and a fail. They could be looking at Destiny. They basically want somebody that can look at their property and how it performs everywhere. I talk about how that'll affect triage of priority in my video. So make sure, again, that video is going to be longer. We'll all go watch it together later. But I wanted to start the day by just talking with you guys about how this has been a pretty significant overreaction, largely driven, I think, in a very clear display of irony and hypocrisy. I know those are strong words, but I think there's been a very clear display of hypocrisy here. Many of the people driving this and saying these things were the same that ignored comments from Phil Spencer, the CFO. They ignored Satya Nadella. They claimed there was context. They were only talking about ABK. Well, Phil only said 4 games. And now they're trying to turn a job posting into a smoking gun. I find this to be incredibly hypocritical. And again, that's why I'm saying, if these individuals, outlets, people that consider them members of the press, or whatever they classify themselves as, if they are not including comments from Hideaki Nishino and Herman Hulst from just 30 days ago, if those comments are not present in their analysis, that analysis is lacking. It's intentionally lopsided. That is a significant problem in the coverage of these topics, is that people omit, they obfuscate, they leave things out. They'll completely shade things in a way that gives you an impression that, understandably, if you're sitting here thinking, man, PlayStation's really crushing it, why would they suddenly abandon what got them here? I think that reaction's legitimate, but maybe you've been given bad information. Maybe you've been given very one-sided information. Which is why I look, in my video later, I look at the job posting. I look at the verbiage of the job posting. I look at quotes from the 3 guys that matter the most in this equation, which is Hiroki Totoki, Herman Hulst, and Hideaki Nishino. Just like my analysis of Xbox. It was like, well, let's look at what the CFO is saying. Let's look at what the CEO is saying. Let's look at what they are signaling to the shareholders. I'm going to continue to do that with PlayStation, because there is no guarantee that they don't suddenly change strategy. There are no guarantees. You can never say never, right? But currently, the video coming later is just this very, very slow, methodical analysis of, like, there is no evidence that you're currently changing their strategy. We could wake up in 5 years and they determine that multi-plat development has gotten easier or better or more financially viable. We don't know how the market can shift and how things can change. As it stands right now, I think this job posting, as I said in my short, is merely attached to the existing multi-platform strategy that we've known about for a very long time. It's been outlined and described by Herman Hulst at least 3 different times. He's spoken to how they approach this strategy. I also think Xbox's future hardware is playing a role in their approach here, because I don't think Xbox will have a traditional console in the future. They're going to have Windows gaming devices, and I think PlayStation views the PC platform, that Windows ecosystem with like Steam and Epic and then potentially an Xbox app in the future. I think they view that very differently than like a bespoke Xbox console, because I don't think there's a future where that's a thing anymore. I think Xbox's future is very much what we've long predicted, a Microsoft gaming-centric thing, where it's more attached to the brand of Microsoft, which is more of a software-centric idea and software strategy, not a platform like we need our own console strategy. So going forward, I just think you're going to see three very, very different approaches, because I don't think Nintendo is interested in leveraging PC to get people over to Nintendo. PlayStation sees that as a great opportunity. PlayStation also sees opportunity in the Chinese market with the China Hero project. Those games are PC day and date. Lost Soul aside will apparently be playable at upcoming events. They are, I think, seeing that as probably one of their big first chances to land something very strong in the Chinese market with their China Hero project. If you haven't seen my video about PlayStation the next 4 years, there's a whole section dedicated to that. I did a live show where I called that their secret weapon. I do think the Chinese market is a secret weapon for PlayStation. I think they're going to leverage in a way that other consoles have not been able to historically, and that will play a role in them being able to grow beyond where they were even in the PS4 market. I think they're going to be able to surpass that if their efforts in China are successful. So, given all those bets that I see them placing with AMD, Project Amethyst, China Hero project, there's the Mina Hero project, they're trying all these different things. It all centers around the console. And that would be very weird for them to be like, hey, we just said we're not changing strategy. We just really cemented that this is how we're going to approach things. But a job posting 30 days later is the signal pistol that everything is changing and they're third party now. So if you want to call them third party, I'm not necessarily interested in that. I'm more interested in analysis of like what has actually been said. Is there evidence? So I'm going to transition now just to talking to the audience. This was just sort of an ad hoc show open. I spent more time on the upload, so that again is coming later. And it's going to be long because there was so much to cover, so many quotes, so many things to look at, but there was also a lot of angles to consider here. And I am more interested if somebody's going to disagree with me. I want to see evidence. I want to see quotations. I want to see more than the job posting. The job posting, as I see it, I could be seeing this wrong, but as I see it, is an extension of something they've already outlined just 30 days ago. Nothing seemingly has changed since then, unless people have insider information, smoking guns, or quotes that I'm missing, which, you know, people can get blind spots in their coverage. I'm not beyond that potential mistake, so bring that to the table. I'd be happy to look at it if there's articles, if there's clips that you think make a compelling case that I'm wrong. Lay them on the table. Let's take a look at them. All right. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Let's get the first 100 likes. That was a little bit of a longer show open than usual. I've been doing quicker show opens, but I really just want to kind of set the table for the day. I'm not interested in squabbles about like third party this or PlayStation's dead. That's all just stuff that people are saying to be kind of inflammatory. I'm more interested in evidence or, you know, like actual things that have been stated. That to me is the most important thing in this discussion. So I'm going to thank a couple people. Joker Quinn, Han shot first, and so did you. First gifted member of the day and week. Thank you so much. And then William. I saw William attempting to just be a voice of fact and reason on Twitter, which is a waste of your time, sir. People are like, I ain't reading all that. And the medium is not suited for the level of, you know, breadth and nuance that you try to bring. They mock guys like you. They're very anti-analysis. They're very anti-fact on that platform. They're not interested in a lengthy breakdown of a situation. They want sound bites. They want, you know, real quick zingers. So I felt for you, brother. Every time I opened up the app, I was like, oh my gosh, you are really going to spin your tires with most of these people. Let me go ahead and pause that. I'm sorry, you guys, if you were getting hit by some of those things that we don't like. So a $5 super chat tip from Glassdoor says, Detective Seeds tweeting the background on the job posting. Today there is both retail and digital on one team. This seems like expansion to split digital. Yeah, it seems like they're just going to have more of a presence in digital storefronts because they're going to have their games in places like Epic, Steam. I wouldn't surprise me at all if in the future they've got stuff in the Xbox application because they don't care about a game running on PC. They care about exposing more and more people to those games. That is the goal with those tentpole titles going to other platforms. That goal is going to, you're going to hear me say it so many times, you're going to get sick of me saying it. But the goal of how they use their tentpole titles has not changed. I don't see that changing. And I think you've really got to look at all their commentary, which my video later will do. all the commentary about how they view those games and their direct relationship with the PS5 itself is extremely important, and I'm not seeing that in any of the analysis out there. A $2 one from Glassdoor says, Destin decided to destroy his resume lately. I don't know what you're talking about. Purple Haze with a $10 super chat says, looking at a job listing and thinking that a solid indicator of anything is crazy. So many things change from time of job posting to someone actually working. People are weird. Let me go ahead and set a super chat goal as well. We are allowing you guys, I will gift a member. We are allowing you guys to secure a Saturday stream. That is something that I'm doing because I will be out of town next week. So I wanted to give you guys an opportunity for a little extra content before I left. It also gets a lot more people in the door with membership, so that way when we come back, they're all still in the funnel. So we try to kind of hit it really, really heavy before I go out of town, so we get more and more folks in the community, and then we give you guys a little bit of extra content before I leave. I know people are always kind of bummed. I'm here. Doc Dark told me to watch all the shows this week. I'm here. You hear Wired Rope. I don't know if Wired Rope is in the building. He usually is in the building telling me to go live, and he didn't do that. I don't know who this is sending me a friend request. I'm not sure who you are in Discord. Hang on, I'm getting mentioned in the Discord. What is this here? Hollow Knight Silksong will be playable at Gamescom. It will? Oh, it's almost here. It's almost here, Chad. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's good news. That's good news. When are you headed out? Next week on Monday, I think is what we decided on. My wife has like a meeting or an appointment or something. So someone in chat saying Porter Rock based, rip the Band-Aid off quick. I didn't get to watch P-Rock stuff. I saw some of his commentary on Twitter. I don't agree with what I saw him saying. I respect him. I'm not going to, like, insult him. I consider us to be friends. I went on his show. I'm not seeing this from the same perspective that he is. If I were to steelman his argument and try to argue as best I can from what I saw, he and others seem to think that this is that first sign. This is that first signal that, yep, they're gonna do the same thing. I don't agree with that at all. I do not. I think it's a very, very different approach. Looking for signs that a company is doing something that another company did. This is how I described it in the Discord. It sort of feels like somebody who survived a fire and they smell burnt toast, and it like makes them think there's a fire. It's just burnt toast. Like it yes, smells very similar, but it's not a fire. And that's what I thought the situation was. It was like, guys, this is not at all the same thing that we saw from that company. It just isn't. I don't think that it is. They're allowed to think that it's the same thing. I wasn't compelled by anything I saw in the back and forths that it was the same. One of the tweets that P-Rock put out there, he said that, you know, when he was analyzing what Tim Stewart said, you know, they loved him and now they're mad at him or whatever. I don't think a job posting is equal to what Tim Stewart said at a Wells Fargo summit. I think that's a fair thing for me to say. I don't think they're equal. Especially when just 30 days ago, Hideaki Nishino and Herman Holst specifically spoke to this question. I mean, specifically and rather strongly, they answered this inquiry just 30 days ago. I really think people are not looking at the full picture. I do. I totally get it. It's like, oh, they mentioned Xbox and Nintendo. It's over. They're going to do the same thing. And it's like, I see no signs of that. Maybe I'm completely and utterly wrong. Maybe we turn around in 6 months and they're like, Reforge got it wrong. That was the that was the starter pistol, and now they're just going, everything's going. I feel like we'd have a whole lot of other signals about that. You would see restructuring of studios, increase of budgets, hiring. You would have seen this signal to shareholders. They would have outlined spending. You know those presentations they do with all the slideshows that all the nerdy guys like to come over, and we love those nerdy guys because I don't want to come over them. I really don't. Combing over those things is mind-numbing. You know, we appreciate the nerdy guys. We love you. But those presentations with all the slides and stuff, there would have been a slide about this. There would have been an indicator of, hey, we're increasing spend on platform expansion, and the way we're doing it is we're going to have to invest in our studios to get them prepared for this. The burnt toast analogy fits because some of these guys are out here smelling burnt toast and stroking out. Yeah, I'm not trying to make a joke about strokes. I mean, those can be kind of serious, but my point is I get it. If you lived through a fire and it was traumatic for you, you would smell something burning and it would trigger in you like oh my gosh. But if it's just burnt toast, your reaction would be needing to, be tempered down. You would need to storm into the kitchen with a fire extinguisher. And that's really what I feel like was going on, is people were acting like, oh my gosh, the house is on fire. And I'm like, boys, it's a job posting. It literally is describing what we already knew they were doing. This out of year profitability measurement that this person's going to be in charge of is quite literally what they're already doing. They're moving games out of year to other platforms, and then they're going to see how well they did. Don't you think that's kind of important, given a lot of the dialogue lately about, when a game goes over to Xbox, maybe it might not sell as well. Maybe it might be a mismatch. It might not line up. Like, there's a lot of analysis about that from, gamers and publications and YouTubers. So it would stand to reason that PlayStation's not, completely in the dark about the fact that they might have property that won't do as well when they bring it to PC. They might have property they want to bring to the Nintendo Switch too, and they want to make sure that it does a good job over there. That's a really big platform. And Nintendo is probably a hard company to negotiate with. They're probably not an easy company to negotiate with. You want to have somebody that can negotiate a good deal and get you good placement and maybe a good sponsored section in the store so that people are buying your game when it lands there. That's what this person's going to be leveraging. It's account management. It's like, well, we gotta do well on these other platforms. We're gonna take the time to do it. Hang on, I got to thank Ben Johnny for a resubscription over here on Purple. 39 months. Off to a slow start for both platforms, so it's anybody's game right now in the battle. I want to start crowning a winner at the end of the day, and I'll gift members to your platform when you win the little contest here. PWH-Town with a super chat here says, Sup, Lono, I knew you'd have a rational and logical reaction to this news. I honestly think people saw Xbox and they overreacted. It was a trifecta, let me tell you. This is why people were like, what the heck is going on? They saw Xbox, they saw Nintendo, and they saw mobile. And they thought, oh my gosh, this is terrible. We don't want that to happen. Okay, I think that's a fair response. If you've really enjoyed seeing games land on PlayStation and you feel like they're designed very well, you feel like the quality's very good, and you're like, I don't want that to go away, I think it's fair to be worried. I think in the wake of that, I think the analysis, as well as like presumptive conclusions that people are coming to, I think is unfounded. I don't see it being logical. I don't see it being reasonable. I don't see people doing like robust analysis of what anybody has said. I would put money on the table. I didn't watch a lot of the coverage. I was very busy. I would bet money that none of the inflammatory videos about this, I bet money, none of them include Hideaki Nishino's comments and Herman Hulst's comments from 30 days ago. I'd put money on the table that they just left that out. Because it's really inconvenient. It's extremely inconvenient to the analysis that like, well, this means everything's going and exclusives are a thing of the past. That analysis has a really, really hard time if you look at what was said just a month ago. I feel like I missed something else. Somebody else? Oh, yeah. William said, I asked some detractors to make a bet with me God of War will come to Xbox in the next few years, and they always chicken out. I'll say this, William. I will say this. I don't think it's beyond the scope of God of War 2018 or Spider-Man 1 being leveraged here. I don't think so. I will say that. I don't think we're going to see day and date, full slate, none of that, right? I'm not trying to rap, okay? I'm not trying to launch my rapping career. But I don't think we're going to see day and date or full slate. But it wouldn't surprise me. I wouldn't be like alarmed, worried, or concerned if we saw PlayStation 4 era games leveraged in this expansion. It wouldn't surprise me in the least. Because, number one, we know they've already worked on the ports. Number two, they're PlayStation 4 games, so optimization for Switch 2 or Series S would not be difficult. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if they did that. Because what's that doing? Again, from what I heard about the Helldivers 2 situation, it's a refugee strategy. It's like we know people are going to be leaving that platform. Xbox is significantly changing their platform's identity. People will leave. Let's institute a refugee strategy. Let's put some of our property over there, get people accustomed to our stuff, and then they'll be more likely to come over. I wouldn't surprise me at all. If I saw them do that, I'd be like, yeah, that makes perfectly good sense. Spider-Man 1, God of War 2018. William agrees on Spider-Man. Hang on. He says, Spider-Man could, but not God of War. AOZ says, Nintendo's a completely different performance profile. The development to support it retroactively would not be trivial. That's fair. That's fair, AOZ. To bring some of the PS4 2018 games to Nintendo, that's fair pushback. Here's the thing, though. The Switch 2, it's like the sun, man. So much is going to start orbiting around that platform. People, this is what's going to happen. Not just at PlayStation. Executives everywhere are right now saying, whatever we got to do to get property on the Switch 2, we need to figure it out. Executive level directive is going to say that because that thing is knocking the dadgum door down. And you will see people chase it. 100%. It wouldn't surprise me at all if there are Sony executives right now saying, what do we got that we can put over there that fits within our strategy that would be beneficial to us? What do we got? What can we do? Wouldn't shock me in the least. If executives are eyeing that platform as very, very ripe for harvest to go and plant property. Counterpoint, a lot of people have seen on Xbox side that plans can change in less than a month. But see, Chris, my pushback to that is that's not true. The only reason it felt like Xbox's plans changed in less than a month is because people weren't paying attention. When Phil Spencer did the Famitsu interview late 2023, when the CFO said things late 2023, and then all of 2024, homie, there was about 18 months of very loud signals from the C-suite, from the shareholders' calls and discussions, and it was ignored. It was spun. It was misrepresented. That's why people feel like, man, Xbox just changed in the blink of an eye. No, they didn't. Many of us were doing analysis of those comments and saying what I'm saying now. Let's go to the C-suite. Let's go to the earnings calls and the Q&A sessions and see if there's any signals of change. 30 days ago, Hideaki Nishino took a question about this specific thing. He was literally asked about this specific thing, and he was like, no, we feel no urgent need to change or pivot. I'm telling you, if that's not in the analysis, then you have very lopsided analysis. A publicly traded company must continually grow. You have two choice, games as a service or multiplat. You choose multiplat. Well, again, here's the issue with that, though. If that were the case, and if that's what PlayStation was only focused on, you would see them talking about this very differently. If you go and read all their commentary about how they view their big tentpole titles, they don't view them in the way that you're describing. They don't talk about them that way. Hideaki? Isn't that how you say Hideaki Nishino's name? I feel like I looked up a pronunciation so that I would say his name appropriately. Like Hiroki Totoki is very easy. Herman Hulse is very easy, but I'm pretty sure it's Hideaki. Also, I'm an American who speaks English, so if I'm not getting the exact accent appropriate in the name, I think he would forgive me of that. Hideaki? I looked it up. I swear it was Hideaki. Thank you so much, Glassdoor, for another $5 super chat. It says, porting to Xbox is the easiest port, given the almost identical infrastructure to console. 6 to 8 months port is doable. Thus far, only Helldivers 2. Hideaki? Oh, I wonder if that's what it is. Hideaki. Again, it's not my native tongue, so like my instincts are all wrong on vowels and accents. This was telegraphed too. Just pay attention to the market. Kind of started with them raising game prices and then raising prices on consoles in many regions. They have a bottom line. I'm not sure who you're talking about. Are you talking about Xbox or PlayStation? Clearly struggling to hit it. Again, who are you talking about struggling? If you're talking about PlayStation, there is zero evidence that they're struggling to hit their bottom line. They literally just celebrated this as their most profitable generation to date. There is not a single indicator in any of their data or any of their financial reporting that they're struggling to hit anything. That literally is false. There's something to be said for exclusives, says Broken Lobo. They're still very important. Sony won't survive without it, in my opinion. The brand will slowly erode if there's no true incentive to buy their hardware. A $5 super chat from PWH says, if it's not a problem, could you pull the quotes from Herman Holst? The quotes from Herman Holst are in my video later, so I'm going to make you wait a little bit. Here's the thing, Broken Lobo. And this is one thing that my video later hammers away at. They see a direct relationship between their hardware and the big tentpole titles. They do. They see a direct relationship. The way they talk about these games and how they're supposed to show off the hardware, if you look at that, and then you look at Mark Cerny and his investment with AMD and PSSR updates that are coming, I don't see any reason for them to change that synergy. They seem fully committed to the idea of we invest in our hardware and then we have games that are specifically designed to show off the hardware. Like, that's their model. And a 10 bomb comes in from PWH Town, the first big bomb of the week. And that gets us to 12. Thank you so much. And the contest between platforms is now 11-1. We'll see if Purple decides to answer back. Gang says, between the comments and posts on your YouTube and form others on Twitter, this whole thing is giving me brain rot. I think your best way to handle it is you just ask people for evidence. PlayStation? Okay, so if you were talking about PlayStation, Kumi, you're factually incorrect. Nothing that you're saying is accurate. There hasn't been... You're saying the market is signaling it. This is utterly false. If the market is signaling anything, it's that PlayStation is in a very strong position. You're arguing that, well, no, the market is signaling they're going to shift and change because they're not doing well. That is absolutely false. That is not true. There isn't a single data point to indicate that they're doing poorly and they're going to like, well, we got to completely change strategy. We're doing really bad. I've not seen anything reported on that in that regard. None of the business analysis of PlayStation is stating that. I haven't seen it. If you've seen it, again, you can bring that to the table. You got an article? You got a breakdown from a financial outfit or an industry analysis outfit that says they're doing poorly and they're struggling? I don't see that evidenced anywhere. Console sales? Yeah, they're on pace with the PS4 and they expect it to not be. They've exceeded their own expectations. Internally, they expected PS5 to slow down because they weren't able to do the mid-gen price drop that they typically do. That has not happened, to their surprise. They were pleasantly surprised by that. So that means they've exceeded expectations. They expected PS5 to have a slowdown. That hasn't happened. They're also boasting record MAU, monthly active user numbers, and they're boasting like a 20 to 30% new user acquisition number in the PlayStation 5. These are all facts. You can interpret them however you want. I see them as very clearly showcasing like they're doing very well. Like I'm not seeing any sign of this is their strategy struggling. I got to thank some people. Hang on. Raven comes in with 17 months. Thank you so much, Raven. And then we did some super chat goal hitting. Confetti has fallen. Siri with the 5 spot says it makes no sense to make a $200 million game and never try to resell it after it hits sales saturation on a platform. Another super chat from Glassdoor. Sony's a pragmatic company, as is Nintendo historically. They will try something, and if it doesn't work, they'll pull back. Xbox just keeps throwing darts. Well, and this to me, and I owe you guys a member over there on YouTube. Thank you so much. I reset the super chat goal. You guys are crushing it already. Make sure you're smashing the like button. I appreciate you guys so much. Try to get us to 200 likes. Let's Listen to what you keep saying. On pace with PS4, but these games cost even more to make now, so they won't want more on return. Well, some of that is going to be made up, but because the games are more expensive. I also think you're going to see strategy shift in how they actually bring games to market. We saw this internally at Insomniac. They were considering doing Spider-Man 3 in 2 parts. I think you might see more and more companies doing multiple projects at once instead of like betting the entire life of the company on, one big game. The struggle too with what you're saying is there's no clear indicator that they are sensing what you're saying. They have not yet said, well, because these game costs more, we got to make more money. We need to go multi-plat. They haven't said that. Now, they could say that in the future, but they haven't presently said that. So your observation only really would matter to me is if there was any current evidence of them saying that. I've not seen them say that anywhere. You're saying, well, the budgets are more expensive, therefore they're going to try to get return on these projects. I think that's completely fair to say. I don't think that automatically means they go multi-plat day and date on all platforms, because that actually, ironically, will make the budgets more expensive. It'll make them cost more. They have said that. They have said you can maximize the profitability with the multi-platform strategy, and their multi-platform strategy is to leverage a company like Nixxes to bring the games to platforms later, because that maximizes reach. Also, Herman Hull says this is a way of getting people to see the property and maybe they consider buying a PlayStation. So again, you're trying to make it seem as though, well, because the budgets are high, they're going to go multi-platform. They are multi-platform, and their strategy is very particular. They are basically saying expanding this game's reach and increasing its profitability is a goal. Here's how we're going to achieve that goal. We're going to bring them to the platforms later with a porting company, and that's far cheaper. Shuhei Yoshida spoke to this in interviews about how, the game is already made. Porting costs are like a fraction of the budget. Do you see? If you develop a game, all of a sudden, let's imagine they went to one of their companies, one of their studios, and they said, okay, we need you to develop this next game. Let's just take Spider-Man 3 as an example. We need you to develop Spider-Man 3 for the Switch 2, PS5, PS6, Xbox, and PC all at the same time. Okay? Ironically, this doesn't solve the problem that you're trying to solve, because it increases the budget. It increases how long it would take for the game to come to the market, and it stands to actually work against the profit margin of the project. They have found that it's better to develop the game for their platform. As they've said in interviews very recently, their big tentpole titles are designed to show off the hardware. Their PS5, that's the center to their strategy, is we're going to show off the PS5 hardware. It then comes to PC later through a porting company, which is cheaper on the budget. So if you're trying to solve the budget, they've already crunched these numbers, and the conclusion they've come to is not the one that everybody keeps talking about. They've come to a completely different conclusion. Their conclusion is, well, a porting company taking an existing game that has been fully developed, well, that's a lot cheaper. And then that makes the profitability of sending it to that other platform, it makes it more profitable. They make a better margin on it. The cost to bring that game to Steam is better and more effective. Now, you could push back and say, okay, well, if they're just chasing the money, if they're just chasing profit, is there a potential future where that changes? Where developing a game for all the platforms is cheaper than porting it later? If that happens, then they'll shift and they'll do that. I would say that's obviously a possibility. We don't know what kind of AI development could come up with where, let's just imagine a future where you're developing your game for the PlayStation 5 and they've developed some type of AI tech that it almost does some sort of parallel development for them. Let's just keep it simple. It streamlines bringing games to multiple platforms at once, okay? They would crunch more than profit at that time. They would say, is this in line with our goals of showing off our hardware and saturating the market with our hardware? Because remember, they're a tech company. The hardware matters to them. They want to see it look good and perform well. It's why they're in this relationship with AMD. So they, again, even at that point in time, they would 100% say, yeah, we're not just going to do it based off of profit alone. We're going to do it based off of our other business interests as well as the centric strategy of our hardware. I got to thank 2 super chats. C. Lou with the $5 super chat says, Sony makes more profit from gamers buying games from their ecosystem than putting games on other platforms. Come on, people, it's not that hard. Alex with the $5 super chat. Spider-Man is considered a licensed IP, right? They don't actually own the character. That's all Marvel Disney. Would that also mean it'll come to Xbox? I don't know. I don't actually know the inner workings of the legalese of whether or not Spider-Man could or should or can't. I don't know the answer to that. Hang on. Somebody mentioned Hiroki. Portorock has cited Hiroki Totoki multiple times where he said they are shifting from first-party studios showing off console to being profit drivers. Right, but you can't take Hiroki Totoki's comments and ignore Herman Hulst's comments. Just this year, Herman Hulst has said their tentpole titles are meant to show off the hardware. They're meant to show off the PS5. Just this year, 30 days ago, Hideki, I'm going to mess it up now because you guys got in my head about it. Nishino, let's just go with Nishino. Nishino specifically took this question and was like, we're not changing. We don't see a reason to change. People are interpreting Hiroki Totoki's comments to mean things they don't mean. If they meant what everybody was saying, then they wouldn't be saying the opposite when they go into the specifics. Like when Herman Hulst goes into the specifics or Nishino goes into the specifics. Do you guys think they're just like disagreeing with Hiroki Totoki publicly? Do you think that would be a good posture for shareholders and the market to be disagreeing with Hiroki Totoki? Nishino and Hulst have explained this strategy multiple times. Sorry, Lightleap, I missed yours. I am sorry. 35 months for Lightleap over there on purple. It does count. I am sorry. That is we're getting deep into the weeds and I don't like to interrupt myself. Sony only has Spider-Man rights for the movies. They license it from Marvel for the games. Yeah, but I don't think just because you license it from Marvel and Disney, I don't think like Disney could walk in the room and be like, put it on Xbox. There's a contract there. There's an agreement that was signed. And I would imagine, like, Disney can't just walk in the room and demand that. Now, Disney could make it a leverage point for future negotiation. Like, if they're like, hey, if you guys want to continue to make Spider-Man games and license them and blah, 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 we would like Spider-Man to be on Xbox. If, for whatever reason, they can make that a part of future deals. I don't think you could do it like retroactive and be like, we insist that game goes over there. P-Rock is giving an interpretation of what was said and passing it off exactly what was said. The fun fact of the internet is that the fireside chat is available online and he never says what P-Rock said he did. I looked at everything I could look at, Corey, and I was like, I don't see any of this. Let's say it this way. We know that these corporate level guys are slick. We do. We know they're slick. We know they'll use doublespeak and they'll try to hide things, okay? I don't think the CFO of Xbox hid anything when he said what he said. He said, you're going to see a bit of change of strategy. First-party games are going to be landing on PlayStation and Nintendo, who were formerly seen as competitors, okay? I'm paraphrasing, but he said that PlayStation and Nintendo were formerly viewed as competitors. That's a pretty significant statement. That wasn't like a lighthearted, like, yeah, you know, you might see some of our games in other places, right? There also was no corporate doublespeak because he was speaking to potential investors. And you don't speak to potential investors with corporate doublespeak because they're going to see right the frick through it because they're accustomed to it. They're going to know what you're doing, okay? In my research for today's video that is coming later, I saw literally no evidence of corporate doublespeak, of trying to mislead, of trying to speak around it. They spoke rather specifically to all of it. They spoke very specifically to all of it. They never shied away from taking these questions. They never shied away from talking about how they view the property in a particular way and serving particular purposes. They don't give any indication that they're wanting to go to multi-plat day and date. They've signaled literally the opposite. That's what's so interesting to me is when this subject comes up, they quite literally say they are not doing that. Now, they speak broadly about maximizing profit through multi-platform efforts. Broad always goes into the specific. It always does. So if I tell you that I'm doing a road trip to California, that's very generic. Once I get into the specifics of how I'm going to get there, you now know what states I'm driving through, how long I'm going to be in each state, the vehicle that I'm taking, whatever, right? So broadly saying things like, yeah, we're going to be doing things with multi-platform. You can actually increase the profit of a given piece of property by doing that. And then Herman Holst and Nishino take questions on these things and answer rather specifically about how they're going to do it. And they rather strongly indicate there is no shift to go multi-platform. Wolverine will be a PS6 exclusive. Severely doubt that. No, that'll more than likely be a cross-gen title. It's been in development for too long. Mitch, I'm sorry, no, that's Milt. Milt over here renewed a membership. You guys got a bit of a member, you got a hype train going over there on Purple. Thank you so much. Hang on, Ginger's in chat. Good to see you, Ginger. What's Ginger saying? He says, I don't see Sony going multi-plat day and date for their tentpole games, but I do wonder if their cloud service changes that. Because if I don't need to own a PlayStation, but can play on my PC day and date, that's the same thing to me, in my opinion. I would argue that's not their target audience, Ginger, so they wouldn't view that as a shift, because the number of people doing that versus the number of people who, like, let's say, buy Wolverine day one for their PlayStation, I think even the adoption rate within cloud versus like traditional retail sales or even digital sales aren't going to be anywhere close to each other for a very long time. Infrastructure alone makes that a tough sell. It really does. It's not the same thing to Sony. They want to move hardware. I really do think at a ground level, that's the difference that people kind of keep missing in the discussion is one is a tech company, one's a software company, and their approach to this has a ton of different verbiage being used because their companies are very different in what they want to achieve. I feel like it's very obvious. To me, it's obvious. I get why it might not be obvious to others because maybe they see a couple of things and that's all they need to see is like, well, I saw a job posting that said Xbox and Nintendo and that's all I needed to see. I need a bit more than that to be compelled. I need more firm statements to be made in earnings calls, Q&A sessions, and things of that nature. Yo, thank you so much, Jazster, for 37 months in a VIP. Hit the button. And Sneaky Wolf with 26 months says, the only thing Sony has ever been consistent with is how close they hold their games and IPs to their chest. Take that how you will. Now, I did get some feedback in a DM from Brooklyn. And Brooklyn said that he thinks one of the valid criticisms is that they don't say anything. Right? They don't say anything. They should have said something after the Helldivers announcement, okay? I get that. I get where people are coming from on that. Guys, very quickly, do me a huge, huge favor and smash the like button. Try to get us to 200 likes. So, I totally get that. I get the idea of like, hey, you guys have made all these assurances, and we're seeing one of our games go to Xbox. It really just reminds me of something that I said a couple of years ago after the showcase. PlayStation does not seem to care one lick about the dialogue about their company on Twitter and YouTube. They do not care. They don't. They don't structure their showcases around what we want. They don't structure their announcements, their marketing, none of it. They don't speak to any of this. They don't care to say anything. They don't need to come out and do a podcast like Phil did to be like, hey, y'all, just want to calm everybody down. Helldivers 2, No. Do you know what they do? They talk to the shareholders. They talk to the people who are interested in what are you guys forecasting? What are you doing? That's who they talk to. Nishino and Herman Holst did it a month ago. You have all of the information you need about what is this company's multi-platform strategy. It's all available. They spoke to this 30 days ago. So they don't need to come out and be like, oh, hey, by the way, we just spoke to this a month ago, but we'll speak to it again because people are upset about Helldivers 2. They don't play to the fiddle of the angry public. They don't. I think it's one of the reasons why it's difficult to predict like when a showcase is going to land. When's their next state of play? We're all sitting around like with bated breath, like, please, Jeff Grubb, tell us when their next thing is, right? And that's why when he says something's coming with PlayStation, like the one time, it was like the last day in May, and everybody was coming for his head. They're like so angry at him. Well, that's why they were angry, because they get tired of not hearing anything. I get that. I do. But like, that's just, they've never signaled that they care to talk to us in that way. They don't posture like that as a company. Ginger says, do you think Sony will publish more non-games as a service games on Xbox? Like seeing them release a game on PS5 then 2 years later. Okay, here's the thing about that, Ginger, and I cover it in my video coming later. Thank you, Joker Quinn. We haven't got our first our first 50 of the week yet, and Joker Quinn's helping us get a little bit closer. Thank you so much. Hang on. Apparently, this should be an 18. I'm seeing a 14 and a 4. My math's bad this morning. Okay, so I don't know if you agree with this or not, Ginger. My instinct is that you agree with this. The future of Xbox hardware is Windows gaming devices, where you can like sideload Steam and Epic Game Store and all of that. If that's correct, if we're correct in saying that, let's just grant that we're correct, that whatever comes out from Xbox 2-3 years from now, it's just a Windows gaming device. I think PlayStation views that as PC adjacent. They're like, that's just a PC. They're like, this is a PC. What do we care? We're going to continue to push our hardware. We're going to push PSSR updates. We're going to push the PlayStation 6. We're going to have our tentpole titles driving our hardware and showing it off and making it look awesome. And then when it lands on PC 18 months later, 24 months later, yeah, you'll be able to play them on that, whatever that Xbox thing is. You'll be able to play them on a Asus ROG Ally Xbox handheld. Yeah. Now, originally, I said I thought PlayStation would have a problem with it. Ginger, you were here that one day. I said, I think PlayStation would try to put a stop to that and say, hey, that runs contrary to our strategy. Given how they're handling Helldivers 2, I don't think they would care. I think they would be like, it's just a PC. What do we care? That's not a device that we're in direct competition with. Do you think when this happens, they open their games up to the Xbox Windows Store? Oh, I do, yeah. Yeah. I think in their mind, it doesn't make a difference whether that you buy it in Steam, Epic, or the Xbox Store. They don't care. They don't care. If you're interacting with their games in that environment, if you're interacting with their games in that environment, I don't think they care. They're not like, oh, well, we're okay with the games being in Steam and Epic, but not the Xbox application. I think they'll be like, yeah, who cares? That's not a big deal. You know? Imagine getting somebody to play Spider-Man 3 with their Xbox account, right? Somebody might say, well, that's them saying, well, we don't care if Xbox people play our games. Well, yeah, correct. It's also them saying, hey, that's another person who might not want to wait for the next game. That's another person who might decide to buy our hardware in the future. And if not, guess what point they serve? They serve the point that Hiroki Totoki talked about. Hiroki Totoki says you can maximize the profitability of a project. Shuhei Yoshida says it's like printing money. So, even if they don't switch, they're still serving the purpose. It's a multifaceted approach. It's like, well, if we throw it over there, it's a very inexpensive way to make more profit on it. This is why I told people you shouldn't be upset about games going to PC. I remember I had a guy in my chat who was very upset about it. He was super upset they shouldn't be doing this. He was talking about how, like, I think we got on the subject because like the Last of Us port was doing poorly and there were people celebrating it. And this guy was like gloating and kind of like wagging his finger in the faces of the PC guys. And I said, I don't understand why you're doing that. This is an opportunity for the game to get in front of more people and make the company more money. So I remember hoping that, I thought and I was disappointed that this didn't happen, but I thought Returnal was going to be like a smash hit on PC. I was like, it's a rogue. It's very, very strong graphically. It's super creative. Rogues do very well on Steam. I was like, this thing's going to crush. They used the Epic Online store for co-op. It was getting kind of downvoted day one because people thought that it ghost installed Epic Game Store EGS. That wasn't true. So it didn't get the greatest start. It's been praised as a good port. It has a good score. People on Steam seem to enjoy it. But it really didn't do as well as I'd hoped. I really wanted it to do well because there was this part of me that was hoping, well, it'll motivate Housemarque to do a sequel if it goes over there and crushes it. Because they had said they weren't going to be doing a sequel. Thank you, Corgi, for 10 months on Twitch, and DeWitt for 17 months as well. Let's get you guys in the count. That puts us at 20 on the week. Thank you so much. So I don't think they care. I don't think PlayStation cares. I think they're just like, well, what do we care? At that point, the game has served its purpose. Like, I want you to imagine Ghosts of Yotei 2 years from now. You can purchase it on an Xbox PC, like a Windows gaming device, and you can purchase it in Steam or Epic or the Xbox application. Okay, let's just imagine that happens. PlayStation's not concerned at that point. Yotei has served its purpose. The average consumer, I'm not talking about the guys on Twitter and YouTube, the average consumer is not even going to know that's going on. Everybody who bought a PlayStation and played Yotei on their PlayStation has no freaking clue that that's going on. And even if they hear about it, they'd be like, again, this is the average consumer, would be like, oh, okay. Did you like it? Like, if their friend was like, hey, man, I got that Ghost of Yotei game you were playing about. I got it on my Xbox. They wouldn't be like, well, that tears it. I'm getting rid of my PlayStation. The average consumer would be like, oh, what did you think? Did you like it? This comes back to their showcases and their state of plays. I've always said they don't care about us. We're like, where's the first party studios, PlayStation? Why aren't the first party studios at these events? And they're like, because we don't need to whop them out every time. We can work with our third party relationships, our second party relationships. We can have one or two of our games there. Do you see? Like, I don't think they care because I think they see the bigger picture is that game has served its purpose. Yotei is going to come out. It's going to show off PS5. It's going to show off PS5 Pro. And in 2 years, if somebody's buying it through the Xbox store, the Xbox application, what's the who cares about that? I've always said this. I haven't changed in my position about this at all. The reason that I never cared about a PlayStation game going to PC is because as long as the development of the game prioritizes the hardware, as long as it's saying, hey, you bought a PlayStation and we are committed to bringing excellence to you, here is Yotei, designed for the PlayStation first, and then they hand it off to a porting company later, and then they get to bring it to more people, that doesn't disrupt my value system at all. And I know this is confusing if you only view things through the lens of the console war. That is confusing. It's like, well, wait, I thought that you would only want them to stay exclusive. I never said that. Never once. You did change a little bit. Where have I changed in my position on games going to platforms later? Even when it came to Helldivers 2, I said I would be totally okay with it. I don't see the business angle because it's such a small platform. With all love and respect, you called me crazy when I said this would happen. That's false. I did not do that. Namely, Steam and Xbox bringing Steam to their platform. I never said you were crazy for that, Ginger. That is false. 9 months ago? No, that's untrue. When we heard early rumors about the hardware during the FTC trial, we heard they were considering a console PC hybrid. Why would I call you crazy for saying something that we already knew about? Try to find the clip. I wouldn't waste your time. I didn't call anybody crazy for thinking that Steam could be on an Xbox because we knew that from the FTC trial. That was old. By the time that people were saying that was old news. We had already known that they were considering doing a hybrid. if you do a PC hybrid, we knew about the side loadable box for a long time now. I wouldn't have called you crazy for saying that. Now, I might have called you crazy if you said that like PlayStation was going to be putting games on the Xbox and Steam was already there or something, like day and date. I would have been like, I think that's insane. I don't think that they would do that. You might have called him crazy to think that Sony games would be on the hybrid. I have changed my position on that. I originally said that I think, 100%, I think that PlayStation would be against it. That was my position. I have since said I was wrong. I don't think PlayStation cares. I don't think they care at all. Because to me, they're looking at as they're not even remotely entering the landscape that we enter anymore. If they come to the market with this hybrid and it's sort of couched as a, like a Windows gaming device, it's probably not going to be cheap. And I think PlayStation looks at that as like, that's not a threat to what we're doing. That's not even, I think it's the same reason they wouldn't look at Nintendo Switch 2 as a threat to what they're doing. I think they'd be like, yeah, that's a completely different device with a completely different identity. The pricing structure is different. It's just, I don't think they view it as a threat. So that's the only thing. But why were you against that? I wasn't against it. I said that I didn't see the business angle of it. I said that I didn't care if Helldivers 2 went to Xbox. All I ever argued was the business side of it. I was like, I don't know why you would task Arrowhead with supporting 2 new SKUs for quality assurance and future patches and future content. I don't know why you would task them with that for an audience that may not support the game or buy the game in greater numbers. That's all I ever said was the business side of it didn't make sense to me. I was never against it. I never came out and said, oh, I am against games going over there. I never said that. All I ever said was, I don't see the business side of it. I feel like I've been painfully consistent in this because people always come in here and try and put words in my mouth. And I'm like, I never said that I was against it. I always thought from a business perspective, PlayStation would say, no, we're not going to allow that. They have seemingly signaled they don't care, which has made me change my position. Like, so new information comes out and you change your position. Like, that's what you're supposed to do. Sony doesn't care. We don't have to care about sword reporting. PlayStation works both ways. No, I think that's a false dichotomy. Like, they don't care about a game going to the platform later. Doesn't mean they don't care about supporting the PlayStation. I don't think that's not a logical connected thing. You said you'll never see Spider-Man and God of War on Xbox. When did I say that? I definitely in the past would have thought you'll never see God of War and Spider-Man on Xbox. So I probably did say that. If they decide to bring God of War from PS4 era or Spider-Man from PS4 era to like the Switch 2 or to the Xbox right now, that would be serving one single purpose to say, yeah, we're going to let people play a PlayStation 4 game from an era of time. And that would only serve the purposes of like promoting Spider-Man 2 and 3 as well as the PlayStation hardware. I still don't know if they're going to do that because of the given trajectory of the Xbox. The given trajectory of the Xbox, this current gen, I don't see a draw for them to put any of their titles on that. If you buy a Windows gaming device in like 5 years that says Xbox on it, and you're like, oh yeah, see, you were wrong, we're playing those games, I'd be like, yeah, but you're playing on a PC. That was never what the argument was. The argument was never, ever, oh, you're going to be able to play Spider-Man on a PC. It was, you're going to be able to play it on an Xbox. If Xbox completely changes the core crux of its identity into basically a PC, that's not a goalpost shift. We're moving stadiums. People don't realize that predicting the market with business logic doesn't mean Lona doesn't support multi-console strategies. I always slice it that way. I always said, listen, If you are going to bring Helldivers 2 to Xbox, I fully support that. It's a live service game, and I've always said this. Live service games live and die by the funnel. They live and die by the funnel. I said, I don't see the business angle. I don't. Why would you bring it to that platform? It doesn't make much sense to me because you're going to give Arrowhead more responsibility. You're going to give them more quality assurance and quality control for a platform, especially with the Series S. It's like you're going to have to trim down some of Helldivers 2 to get it to run over there. There's a lot going on in Helldivers 2, right? They apparently see the business angle of it. They see something that I don't see. That's completely fair and legitimate because I'm not in the conversations. I wasn't in the discussion. They had, allegedly, from what I was told, they had a discussion with Xbox about this. So they clearly see some sort of a business upside to taking Helldivers 2 to the Xbox. And that's why when it was announced, I was like, oh, I didn't see that one coming. That's great. That's more people that can come in and play. Why would that be a problem? Why would that be upsetting for me? Just like it wasn't upsetting for me when not Helldivers, sorry. When Tsushima and Returnal went to PC. I was like, that's great. Sneaky says, I'd be shocked if you asked me straight up. I 100% think it takes away from the hardware selling point, but I don't think single-player games will make the jump. Okay, so the only major title from PlayStation that we know about that I think will come to Series X and S after Helldivers 2 is Marvel Tokone Fighting Souls. I think that will be the next major title to make the leap. I think you'll see Marvel Tokone Fighting Souls come out for PlayStation and PC for like a year, and then I think it hits Switch 2 and Xbox. Because why would you not increase the reach of a game like that? That just makes perfectly good sense to me. Now, here's the thing you got to remember. That'll probably be around 2026, 2027, and by that time, Xbox, as a hardware saturation effort goes, the Series X and S will be down significantly by then. Significantly. They'll be shifting into whatever the new hardware, look is for the brand. These Asus branded handhelds, these, Death Stranding 2 is not a PlayStation Studio, Paul. So we know that's going to be a timed thing based on Death Stranding 1. So Death Stranding 2 will hit PC and Xbox at some point in the future. I'm talking about like an actual PlayStation, what's considered to be like, well, I guess they don't own the studio or the IP, so I guess it is similar to Death Stranding 2. So yeah, those would probably be the next big two, but I don't think Death Stranding 2 is going to be shocking given how Death Stranding 1 was treated and how Kojima got the rights, 505 published PC, and then they brought it to Xbox. So I don't think Death Stranding 2 is going to shock anybody when it lands on PC and Xbox. Looking beyond that, I don't see any other major titles. Like Lego Horizon, I guess. I mean, I don't consider it to be a major title. Like, I don't think you're going to see PlayStation say, well, we better get Ragnarok over there. Well, we better get Spider-Man 2 over there. I've said maybe the PS4 games, again, because you're just trying out, from what I was told with Helldivers 2, it's a refugee strategy. The refugee strategy of, we know people are going to be leaving that platform. I was about to pull the receipts, but never mind. More PlayStation PC games in 2023. What's that for? Huh? Someone who is Lono talking in the city called him crazy. I'm not in the stream. So in 2023, I was talking about that? Ragnarok was on PS4? No, Paul. I was saying, I probably spoke too quickly. Sorry. I was saying I don't think you would see like Ragnarok and Spider-Man 2. I think you could see the PS4 games going. God of War 2018, Spider-Man 1. I said earlier, like, I could see them doing that, being like, those games have served their purpose. We see extending the reach of those PS4 games as a good idea right now. A bunch of people are going to be picking different hardware next gen. I think that's very fair to say. If you're currently on an Xbox, I think a lot of those games... Oh, you're saying Ragnarok was a cross-gen. Sorry, what I'm thinking in my mind is PS4 only titles, like games that were on the PS4, 2018 and Spider-Man 1. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, those to me are PS4 games. I know that Ragnarok was cross-gen. What I'm saying is they would do... I'm not making sense. They would do it in order. That's what I'm trying to say. They would say, well, do the first games. If somebody plays Spider-Man 1, if somebody plays God of War 2018, they're going to view those sequels, especially Spider-Man 2 because it's PS5 only, they're going to view those as a reason to go to PlayStation. Maybe I'm making more sense now. That to me just makes sense, but that's like the only thing I could see them doing. I don't see PlayStation giving a lot of priority to porting games to Xbox right now. Again, I was wrong about Helldivers. PlayStation could see a huge business upside into putting those pieces of property on Xbox as the end of this gen comes in for a landing. They could see a total upside. I'm not seeing it. Somebody would have to make a pretty good argument to convince me that they would want to take The Last of Us and God of War, and these are like banner titles for them. They're as Herman Hulse calls them, they're tent poles. Bringing those to Xbox, I just don't know. I really don't. It seems like an enormous risk from a public optics standpoint. Why would you give some of your biggest titles to a platform that is absolutely dwindling? I don't think they would do it. Listen, crazier things have happened, y'all. Crazier things have happened. People are playing Gears of War on PlayStations very soon. I mean, we already did with the beta for Reloaded. Like, Gears of War, and we're hearing Halo coming to PlayStation. Like, crazier things have happened. I don't see it. I really don't. To me, what they're doing with Helldivers makes perfectly good sense. I could see them doing it with Marvel Tokone Fighting Souls. They probably had a pre-existing agreement with Death Stranding 2 because that's not their property. It's Kojima's property. Outside of that, I just really don't think so. I'm open to being wrong, but I don't think anybody's made a really good argument other than, yelling full slate or, saying that people are coping because of a job posting. Let's imagine something. Let's imagine that job posting didn't exist right now, okay? Do you have any piece of evidence from any of the conversations that this is something they're going to do? Nishino spoke to it 30 days ago. Herman Hulse spoke to it 30 days ago and said no. Very strongly, they were like, no. Why would the job posting change your interpretation of those comments? Why? We're damage controlling the job posting? I don't think looking at actual comments from Nishino, Herman Hulse, and Hiroki Totoki is damage controlling. I think it's accurate reporting, something that you're probably not getting from others. If people are doing analysis of the situation and they're omitting things that Nishino and Herman Hulse said 30 days ago, you're getting very lopsided coverage, and you should ask yourself why that is. You should ask yourself, why would somebody cover this in such a slanted way and not look at what they've actually said to shareholders just 30 days ago? So you think 30 days ago they said that to the shareholders? They were lying to them. The plans have changed, and this job posting is a signal of that? That's what you think? Is that your current position on the matter? That they were like, man, we just told the shareholders we have no reason to change this strategy. This is how we treat the property. But man, this job posting is going to come out and really blow our secrecy up here. We're going to get in big trouble. It's about MAU now? Yeah, but you're not saying anything. They're tracking MAU because they're halfway through the gen, which is totally normal. That's normal business practice. You've reached sort of the apex of the sales, and from this point on, they'll be going down. That's normal. Halfway through the gen, they'll pivot to focusing on MAU and maximizing the profitability of each individual user. Ginger says, plans do change. I don't see PlayStation making those changes that fast. as they're in the best position console games and exclusive wise. Outside of Nintendo, I agree with you. I think Nintendo has stronger exclusives, but I agree with you, Ginger. It's like, if they're going to change, we'll know very soon, because they'll do an earnings call, they'll do a shareholders call, and they'll be like, yeah, well, we completely changed our strategy, everybody. We're going to treat our tentpole titles differently. We view Xbox differently. We're going to put games over there. Like, it'll be really obvious. J Shep, I can see your posts, yes. If you feel like you're being ignored, you guys need to remember that the chat is highly active. And when you at me as Lono, I don't see it. You have to at me as Reforge Gaming. Leadership didn't specify the tentpole titles won't go to other platforms. They said that they would be careful. I mean, that's an argument from silence, which I don't think is a very compelling argument. Well, they didn't say, okay, they have specifically stated in the discussion, Herman Hull says, we do day and date on PC. And then he says with their tentpole titles, they're a lot more strategic, and that they view those titles as showing off the PlayStation 5 hardware. If they decide that, let's just say, in 2 years, Yote goes to PC, and they're like, yeah, we can also port it to Xbox Series X and S, you would have to compel me that they think it's worth their porting company making more versions of the game for a platform that will be in its death throes. Like, it'll be coming to its end. I don't see it. Now, being able to play Yote on a Windows gaming device, that's an entirely different equation. That's just you playing a PC version of the game through Steam or through a launcher that a company ported to PC. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I actually don't know if the 12 to 18 month window is going to be very common for ports to PC. Xbox the spot. After what happened with Spider-Man 2, I think they're going to be going back to closer to 2-year windows, 18 to 24 months. I think less than 18 is a huge risk. Like Spider-Man 2, it really hurt it. It obviously came too early. I think Spider-Man 2 was 15 months, I believe. I think that'll be the last time they bring one that quickly. I think they're going to go back to longer windows of time, 18 to 24 months. That again is just my own prediction based off of how that went. I don't think, and this is what this position is likely going to be overseeing, this account management position that started this entire discussion. Their job is to measure the profitability of these pieces of property out of year on other platforms. So that's something they're going to do. They're going to say, well, this title didn't sell as well because it had a lot of problems. It had a low user score, blah, blah, blah. You know, they're going to be analyzing that. You're also going to see this position likely say, hey, what's the next game that we should be tasking Nixxes with bringing to PC? And they're going to be able to say, in an informed way, this is our most profitable franchise on other platforms. This is our least profitable franchise. Do with that what you will. Like, what game do you think is going to be more worth our time to bring to PC? Sony wants game sales. They don't want Microsoft to have the best-selling game on their platform. I think you're invoking something that they don't care about. For the longest time, the number one selling game on PlayStation for the year was a game they didn't own. It was Call of Duty. See, they don't view things in this tribalistic way. They're like, oh no, Xbox now owns Call of Duty, and it's the highest selling game for us most of the time on the annual. Oh no, whatever will we do? They don't care. They don't care at all. I disagree. I think Sony desperately wants to own all the top sellers on their platform. They seemingly have made no moves in that regard, though. Look at the sports games that sell on their platform. Look at the titles like Call of Duty. PlayStation 1's profits. What do you think a Microsoft published game on their platform selling really well is? Profit. It's profit, brother. Did they have to market the game, publish the game, develop the game? Did they have to shoulder the operating costs of the 11 studios that work on Call of Duty? No. Well, then every single copy that sells on their platform is profit. That's I think, again, I think people look at this through the lens of like the Twitter battles. I don't think they care. I don't think they're like, I really wish we owned Call of Duty, because then we'd have to shoulder all those operating costs. The marketing budgets are absurd for Call of Duty. Like, we want to shoulder all that. They don't want to own that. I don't think they want to own that. They don't budget in a way that makes it seem like they want to own that. They seem to take very, very precise strikes with their publishing dollars, whether it's like China Hero Project, deals with Kojima. Like, they don't seem to be interested in like this high dollar operating cost machine of like, well, we want the biggest games. It's like, why would we do that? Yeah, go ahead and sell your titles over here. We don't give a frick. Like, now, obviously, not owning those games comes with risks. I think at some level the risk is you got to navigate around that. Like, they're not going to launch. Okay, there's these 2 China Hero Project games that we've seen. They're like shooters, right? They would likely, I think they're live service games. They would likely not release those games like the week Call of Duty comes out. Like, they would know that's a bad idea. They'd be like, don't do that, because Call of Duty will sort of dominate the user base and the sales funnel for, a month or whatever. Outside of situations like that, I don't think they're like wringing their hands over the fact that like they don't own Call of Duty. That I don't think that's like a priority for them. I think the priority for them is having their own property show off the hardware, having good relationships with second party and third party, so that they are seen as like the premier console platform for some of the world's biggest titles. I mean, I think that's what they're leveraging with GTA 6 from everything we're kind of hearing in the background. Did Xbox buy Activision and just let them continue to work how they always have, or did they change a lot of the structure? I don't know if we have good evidence about structural changes. We just know there was a lot of layoffs. There was a lot of redundancies, right? Like, they there's a lot of people that were working at Activision Blizzard that, Microsoft's like, well, we have a guy for that, or we have a girl for that. Like, we have people that are in those positions already, or are already overseeing those types of operations. So like, I don't think we have a very clear report anywhere of them like going in and restructuring. We just know they did layoffs, but that's about the extent of what we know of what they did to the company. Why did they foolishly move a bunch of their studios to live service projects? Well, I don't know if that's the best way to phrase it. They didn't move a bunch of their studios to live service projects. I think they saw what everybody else saw, which is you can get really, really high return on live service games. And so they allocated funds to pay for the development of live service games. Their studios pitched some ideas. Some of those studios got the money to fund those projects. Most notably, we know that Ben's studio and Bluepoint were working on things that have been since canceled. Naughty Dog's decision was made outside of that strategy, because Naughty Dog made their decision in like 2019. And Concord was them seemingly talent scouting, and that blew up in their dadgum face, because Herman Hulse thought they had like a winner there. Like, he was one of the ones that kind of scouted that project and that studio out and said, had high praise of that studio and why they purchased them. I don't necessarily think that convinces me that they were like, oh my gosh, we don't own the biggest things on our platform, we need to rectify that. I think their goal was the same as many others, which was, there is a stupid high amount of return that you can get on live service games. We need to be investing in that. They have done well in those efforts with Gran Turismo, MLB The Show, Helldivers 2, Marvel Tokone Fighting Souls will likely be very profitable for them, but then they've had failures like Concord. Marathon is Bungie's baby, but it's going to be happening underneath their ownership, and that's another one that I think is going to not go well for them. Even though they weren't the ones that initiated that project, that was something that Bungie put in place, like I think in 2018 was when they started working on whatever it is that Marathon became. XCal with 37 months, thank you so much for jumping back in. You guys have not made me gift any members just yet on the week. We've been streaming for about an hour and a half, so try to get me to 300 likes. Let's do that. Let's go for like milestones today. This generation can't end fast enough. Microsoft has pivoted more than an NBA game. Sony's all of a sudden goofy. Nintendo is Nintendo. I don't care either way. Good Lord. What makes you... I don't understand what you mean. When you say Sony is all of a sudden goofy. I'm not sure what you mean by that. And Sirius trying to stoke the fires with a 5 bomb. Thank you so much. That gets us to 26. I'm able to do this full time because of the way that you guys support with your memberships. If you've never done one before on YouTube, consider clicking join. Member Plus, it's $6 a month. You get into behind the scenes content as well as streams with my wife. And we have been offering Saturday streams as well. That is an incentive on the week that you guys can unlock. And I do have a video coming later today about this very subject. Like, is PlayStation changing strategy? What's good, Mr. OT? How are you? PlayStation 6 is cooked. Consoles will not be the same again. What makes you say that, 809 Lion? What is Sony doing that's putting multiple people off? Did they say something recently? There was a job posting that has everybody really hot and bothered. And I don't know. Your position is reasonable. I just see different motivations for their actions. I would say it's always multifaceted, Zubair. So we're probably both throwing darts at a Venn diagram. Like, there's probably overlap. They see how well Call of Duty does on their sales charts. They see the revenue reports, and they're like, we need games that are doing this. These are some of the most played games. What are we doing? But they're not the only one making that observation. Like, I don't know if the primary causality is their own sales charts. I just think it's the raw data of the money generated by these live service games. I think everybody's saying, what the frick are we doing? It's the Fortnite-ification of the industry. It's, well, gee, many Christmas. Anybody with a development mind looks at Fortnite and says, the budget to build that, the budget to get that thing off the ground was peanuts in comparison to most projects. And they are printing money, right? It impacted the market. It impacted Naughty Dog's decision. I firmly believe it impacted Naughty Dog's decision with Factions and The Last of Us Part 2. I think it's impacted the entire market's outlook on where they should invest their funds. And the money that was spent on like Helldivers 2 and the return on Helldivers 2 has likely emboldened PlayStation. Like, Concord obviously made them skittish. They pumped the brakes. They canceled some projects. But that's why in an interview, Herman Hulst is like, we're pressing forward with our live service strategy and our plan. You want to know why? Because the shareholders want them to. The shareholders want them to. They're like, why would you back off? Look at Helldivers 2. Look at these games, man. We need to be in that market. They're so big, they may soon start literally printing money. Fort Bucks become a new global reserve currency. It's possible. When investors are notified of change outside of public knowledge, little things like a job posting is put out there. You cannot notify investors privately. That's not allowed, Windex. Oh my gosh, that is like shareholder Q&As and shareholder meetings. Those types of changes are signaled publicly, homie, for a reason, because the companies are publicly traded. You can't be like, hey, yo, on the low, we're about to change our entire strategy, okay? We're just going to let you guys know quietly. I think there's a phrase for that. Like, I think that's, like, illegal. Like, I don't think you can do that. You can't be, like, privately, hey, yo, we're completely changing strategy, but we didn't tell anybody 30 days ago. But we want y'all to know, and the job posting's going to be, like, the signal flare. Isn't Microsoft a public company? Yeah. As is Sony. Like, they have these shareholders meetings and Q&A, and they have to answer these questions. So when Herman Hulst and Nishino took these questions 30 days ago, it's all public. It's not hidden. It's not private. That's why I said the analysis of this situation is so woefully inadequate. It's so lopsided. These gentlemen spoke to this 30 days ago. A job posting is not a sudden refutation of legally actionable statements they made to their shareholders. Like, I mean, I'm doing everything I can to not be like dismissive and condescending about this, but it's like, y'all are really getting, I really feel like folks are getting misled here. Why didn't we know that it was more than only 4 games? But we did know that it was only more than 4 games, Matt. This is something that people like myself tried to say for months. The CFO of Xbox in the end of 2023 sat at a Wells Fargo summit and said, you are going to see a change in strategy. We are going to put first-party games on platforms that were formerly considered competitors. He listed PlayStation and Nintendo. It was strong. It was clear. It was blatantly obvious. They were getting ready to change strategy. He says this to investors and would-be investors. PlayStation 30 days ago said the exact opposite. That's what's driving me crazy about this situation. The same people who gave woefully terrible coverage of what the CFO said and what Satya said, they kept insisting they were only speaking about ABK. They kept insisting it's just these 4 games. It won't be any of the major tent poles. It, won't be any of the major titles. I believe there was a clip where the word pitchforks was mentioned. Okay, that was the type of coverage that you were getting. It was everybody calm down. Those are the same people running with this job posting, meaning that what was said 30 days ago is not true. I really want you to consider that. You've really got to consider that. Why, in the wake of the remarks from the CFO and Satya and Phil, were they insistent upon it's not happening? And now they ignore comments from men in similar positions at PlayStation. Hideaki Nishino, is that how you say it? Hideaki Nishino and Herman Holst and Hiroki Toki have all spoken to this in varying degrees. And most recently, Holst and Nishino spoke to this. Why? I don't get why that's being overlooked. I don't understand it. Now, I will be the first if in a month they sit down with their shareholders and they say, we are changing strategy. We are going to start putting our games on other platforms day and date. I'd be like, well, butter my biscuit. They are completely changing strategies. You won't get obfuscation from me. You won't get me glossing over it or trying to interpret it or trying to change what they're saying. I have a video coming later today. I just read what the men say. It's like, this is what they're saying. Nishino was specifically asked if they feel like they need to shift strategy to copy Microsoft, and he's like, no. There is no urgent need to pivot. So if in what is it, August the 9th, 187 is saying their next meeting's August the 9th. If you think in 30-something days they just jettisoned all those plans, all their priorities, all their structures as a tech company, their Project Amethyst, their plans with PSSR, their plans with the PlayStation 6, their plans with their studios, if you think all that is changing, there will be, significant markers. They will change the structure of their studios. They'll change budgets. They'll start hiring. They'll utilize Nixus in a completely different way. It'll be obvious. Because you can't hide something like that. If you're basically gearing up your studios to start building games for the other platforms, you can't keep that quiet. That's going to have to be something that is funded out of the budget. So you'll have reallocation of funds. You'll have line items shifting around. You'll have them saying, we have got to get these companies shifted and changed so that they can do multi-platform delivery of games. We are no longer using our tentpole titles to show off our hardware. PlayStation's just adding, not changing, in my opinion. You need to elaborate on what do you mean by adding? Like adding, what do you mean by that when you say that? Chitoki did say, he says releasing games on other platforms will significantly improve Sony's profits. He said that, and during that same earnings meeting, Herman Holst outlined that they have a dual approach with bringing their games to other platforms and spoke to live service games being day and date, and PC, they take a different approach. Big tentpole titles, they take a different approach. He says in that meeting, he says, as you just saw in the presentation, they're the backbone of what we do. The backbone. Like, I don't think people understand how insanely tectonic it would be for them to go from saying these games are the backbone of what we do, they're meant to show off the hardware, these games will always be treated very carefully, to then saying it's all going. Sony will never lie to me. I'm trusting that they wouldn't lie to shareholders because that would be civilly actionable. Like, I don't think that they would do that. I don't think that there's a grand conspiracy here for Totoki, Holst, and Nishino to lie to shareholders. I think that would be ridiculous. That's like very much conspiracy theory. That's not even conspiracy theory. That's kind of lunacy to think that these gentlemen would jeopardize their entire careers, risk being sued, potential jail time, to just flat out lie to the shareholders. You can't you can't do that without severe consequence. Like, that would be insane for them to do. Didn't the PS5 box say 8K? Yeah, there's a handful of games that do 8K. I mean, Series X said it. They both said it because they're 8K capable devices. That doesn't really have any bearing on this discussion. Why hasn't Sony debunked the rumors then? This type of stuff hurts stock prices if it's not true. You could argue that over the weekend, you could argue that their stock value dropped by how many cents? 28? No. 50 cents. That could be anything. There's a lot of things globally going on right now. I don't know if this job posting is why Sony's stock went down 50 cents. There could be a number of reasons that happened. They also just invested in the relationship with Bandai. Sometimes when you invest a chunk of money into something new, shareholders can get skittish. I don't know. You'd have to get somebody more adept to do analysis of why it dropped 50 cents. I'm not convinced that it's because of this job posting. I really don't think so. I don't think investors are that skittish with their money. Like, oh, a job posting? Like, at least I don't think so. I mean, maybe they see public outcry and they got a little nervous, but I don't 50 cents. It also, in the last 5 days, Sony's share value was at $24.09 and it shot up to the $25 range and it's dropped back down into the $24 range. So in a 5-day period, you also have to remember it shot up. So there's also other reasons that could be happening. In the last 6 months, it's gone from $22 to now maintaining a floor of $24. So, like, so this is 6 months. So see back here's 22. So since around here, okay, the floor, meaning it hasn't dropped below the floor. I'm not a finance guy, but I understand that phrase. The floor is like $24. I don't know. I don't think there's anything major going on here. This doesn't look like significant fluctuations. Just in the last 5 days, they had a spike up and then a spike down. There could be any number of reasons for that. Sony does more than, remember, that's Sony Corp. They do more than just PlayStation. So they're investing in the anime manga thing with Bandai. That's in the entertainment that's like outside of video games, right? As far as we can tell. So, I don't know. Thank you, PSN Cuz, for using your Prime over here on the Purple platform. I appreciate it so much. We have a pretty big goal this week. If you guys want to unlock a Saturday stream, Yeah, they do TVs, camera lenses. There's all kind of things. I mean, the markets are a little crazy right now in general in tech. Like if you look at Tesla, for example, they're way up after being way down. Take-Two was really struggling. Like they dropped quite a bit in the last couple of months, and then now they're on a rebound. So like the stock market's kind of all over the place. So I wouldn't look at a 50 cents dip as a marker of anything significant. Yeah, Liquid Smoke, I have an upload coming later today. And on the subject of third party, I'm not really interested in debating weird terms that everybody defines to suit their own aim. Like there are people that will say, I had a guy leave this comment. This is basically his comment. He said, as soon as they put games on PC, they were third party. That's what he said. Okay. So you can see he's defining third party in a very particular way. All right. Oh, my live stream in Discord wasn't scrolling. Sorry, Zuby. So he's defining third party in a very particular way. Oh, as soon as a game went to PC, they were third party. Oh, okay. That doesn't matter to me because like that's a term that he's defined in a way that makes it so that I guess he can hurl what he views as an insult or a pejorative at PlayStation. To me, what matters most, I argue this in the video, is the games. Like when Returnal and Tsushima went to PC, that didn't bother me because they're two of my favorite games and I was excited for more people to play them. Because to me, that's what matters is the game at a good quality? Did it do a good job? Did it get a lot of praise? Did people feel like they got something good when they bought it? Awesome, sweet. If you've got a business infrastructure in place to bring that game to other people in the future, I'm all for that. That doesn't bother me in the least. It's why I scolded people for celebrating The Last of Us Part 1 port being bad. I was like, you don't make any sense to me. You don't make any sense to me. Why would you do that? Why would you celebrate that? That's weird. Zubair says, using Discord, long story. Back in the day, the Quaker Oats company told their investors that their debt would never exceed 70% of their equity. Quaker borrowed money to buy Snapple, pushing their debt to equity ratio to right under 70%. Then the price of Quaker stock dropped, so equity dropped. So the debt to equity ratio was now over 70%. Quaker got sued for misleading investors. Quaker couldn't get the case dismissed, i.e., the complaints had a legitimate claim. Sorry for the lag. Wanted to double check the facts. Okay. And 25 months, Mash, you frickin' madman. Mash just comes in here and flexes on you guys. He resubs. He says, remember to hit the like button. Then he drops a 50 bomb on chat and gets us to skyrocket up to 78. This man needs his tag team partner. He really, really does. There it is. It's now 70-8. Purple, your move. PSN Cuz says, is it possible that Microsoft is giving Sony a bigger cut of games offset costs to bring Helldivers to Xbox? Okay, so it was my... So what is third party? I don't really care how people define third party. It doesn't matter to me. What and here's why, Matt. We're never going to land on a definition that everybody agrees on. We just aren't. So what purpose does the term serve? Someone's going to say, well, I think third party is that. Okay, I think this is an exercise in futility. Let's have a conversation that's more beneficial. Let's talk about the fact that, game development to consumer, like farm to table, okay? Game to console, farm to table. That's what matters most. But they're not first party? Okay. Why does that matter? So if they're putting their games on other places, if that's a huge deal breaker for you, then you have to make decisions as a consumer. So what are they? Why does that matter? Why does it matter how I classify them? They're a company that invests in technology and games, and I feel like I get a good product from them. Why do I have to classify them? How do you classify Toshiba? How do you classify Samsung? How do you classify Asus? How do you classify these companies? I just buy the product from them because I feel like it's a good product. It matters because they are third party. Okay, so you're just doing a tautology. It matters because it matters. Like you're not saying anything. I'm asking why it matters to you. Why does it matter to you? I'm granting that I don't care. Like, you are free to call them third party because it doesn't matter to me. I don't care. Yote's coming. Death Stranding 2 has been a wonderful experience. Lost Soul Aside is coming. I'm getting exclusives, which is exactly what drove me to the 360 back in the day. Why does this term second, first, third party, why does that matter to you as a consumer? Because it doesn't matter to me. We're different. I call them third party because they are. Okay, so you are not asserting your position. You're not. You're just asserting a claim. You're just saying they're third party. Oh, okay, we have established that you think they're third party. What I'm asking you to do now is explain to me why that matters to you as a consumer. Why? I do not understand your position. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm attempting to understand your position. When I bought the 360 and then I bought the Xbox One, I remember getting exclusives. I could not have told you if you offered me $1,000 back then to explain any of this. Hey, buddy, do you know what first, second, and third party is? Do you know what first? I'd be like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not sure what you mean. My position is that the English language defines them as a third party. It matters because I can play the games on the PC. Okay, so your value system is different than mine. You as a consumer are like, well, if the game's eventually going to come to PC, then I have no interest in your platform. Okay, that's fair. That's how you've developed a value system and a system of priorities that determines your actions as a consumer. My position is just very different than yours. I'm like, I don't care that Yote will eventually land on PC. I'm going to really enjoy it when it comes out this year. And I'm going to feel like I got my money's worth. Like, you can scream they're third party. A lot of people were yelling it in my comments. So they are third party. They're third party. They're third party. PlayStation's done. Oh, okay. I mean, whenever people are done screaming platitudes, what does that mean for me? It doesn't take away from my experience. I am thoroughly enjoying Death Stranding 2. Like, the irony of yelling at somebody and saying, well, they're third party and they're dead, as they're playing a game that you can't currently play. I don't know how thick irony can get, but buddy, that's thick. I mean, Death Stranding 2 it's a real good time. Thank you, Stone Spire. I know what you're doing. Don't let MASH do it. Stone Spire just set up the 20 bomb dunker to 100. Somebody else do it. Not him. Not screaming, just pointing out that they're third party by definition. And you are dating, and you were dating that you didn't think that they are. I don't know what people mean when they say it, though. This was my point, Matt. You will call them third party simply because they put their games on PC, right? There are PlayStation fans that will say, now they're third party because Helldivers is going to Xbox, okay? That's why I think it's pointless to debate, because it's like, well, everybody has a different definition. So there are PlayStation fans that would have debated you for the last 6 months, blood, sweat, and tears, that they're not a third-party platform. They would have disagreed with you hotly. And now they would agree. Oh, well, Helldivers 2 going to Xbox. Yep, PlayStation's going third-party. I think it's all a waste of time. It doesn't matter. What the company does with the product that I get, that's what matters most to me. Do they treat the product with respect? Do they shove the product out before it's ready? Do they shove the product out with missing features? Right? That's what matters to me. And I feel I've gotten very good, consistent games and quality and games that were feature complete at launch from PlayStation. Ratchet, Returnal, Demon's Souls Remake, Gran Turismo 7, Horizon Forbidden West, God of War Ragnarok, Spider-Man 2. They've also leveraged great exclusives for me: Stellar Blade, Final Fantasy 16, Rise of the Ronin, Death Stranding 2, Lost Soul Aside is coming. Looks like it could be pretty good. Yote is coming. But they're third party. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. That doesn't affect my experience in any of those games. I wasn't playing a single one of those games the last 5 years and thought, well, by golly, they're putting their games on PC, and that just chaps my... I was just like, why does... That doesn't affect what I'm... That doesn't affect my experience. It doesn't. I don't know. Great exclusives and their third party. I agree with you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't have a problem with you calling them third party. That doesn't see, because to me, I would rather debate stuff that is more directly related to the games and the commitments that the company has to the games. Does that make sense? Think of it this way. The way that Star Wars, the way that Disney viewed Star Wars games as just an opportunity to have Star Wars property in the market on a regular basis, to me, was a mistreatment of the games. Disney says, we want a new Star Wars game every 6 months. And I'm thinking, oh, that sounds like just some idiot executive who doesn't understand game development, right? That's like a disrespect of the property. You don't care about the quality that it comes out in. And we saw this evidence with Jedi Survivor. When I look at PlayStation, I see them giving a lot of priority to their studios, to the quality their games ship at, and leveraging and innovating better tech so that the games get better and better. So Project Amethyst, AMD, the PS5 Pro, PSSR, forecasting a future with this relationship. That to me says, man, these games are always going to get a lot of good, awesome stuff. They're going to be high quality games. Well, but they're third party. They put the games on PC later. Okay. As long as that doesn't threaten the game when I buy it, I don't care. Like if I buy Yote and I have a great experience and I feel like it's super polished, and then 19 months later it goes to PC, doesn't ruffle my feathers a bit. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be like, yo, what'd you think? What did you think? Did you like it? I had a couple of people recently in this community. They came to me and they said, dude, I'm finally playing Tsushima. Do you want to know what I didn't do? I didn't ask them where they were playing. I was like, dude, it's good, isn't it? It's so good. Where are you? How far are you? Have you done any duels yet? You can ask them. They'll tell you. The people that were in my Discord and this chat saying they finally dove into Tsushima, it didn't even cross my mind to be like, well, where are you playing? Because it doesn't matter to me. It's like, it's such a great game. Who cares? If you're the type to spend, a lot of money and time having a really nice PC, and you got this really nice library on Steam, and you've got a backlog, and you love those Steam sales, you have a shrine for Gabe in your house, we know you do, and you're like, dude, that's where I am, that's what I love, and you're like, yo, I'll wait on Yote. I have so much respect for people like that. You know what you like. You've invested in it. You're smart about it. I have so much respect for somebody like that. They're like, this is what I like, and this is what I'm going to do according to what I like. I have a lot of respect for that. But when people want to act like their priorities are somehow the priorities, and that is this diminishment of well, PlayStation sucks, PlayStation's garbage, they're third party, why would you ever own a PlayStation? You're not doing that, but a lot of the times that's what's going on when somebody's saying that. They're using third party as a pejorative to act like, well, PlayStation's dead, they suck, they're going third party, as this sort of insult to the brand, or the property itself. The irony of, I think, some of the people that do that is they get really great PlayStation games on PC, and one of the reasons they're so great is because of the way PlayStation prioritizes development for their platform first. PlayStation games are great, the console's great, but they've been third party for ages. One of the reasons I think I've really struggled in this space to enter these conversations in a productive way, because I get frustrated and I get angry and I get flippant, which makes for, that makes for great clips. One of the reasons I've struggled in this environment is I was completely unaware of any of this stuff. I've been streaming for 10 years. 5 of those years, I was just all in on Destiny. I didn't pay attention to any of this stuff. When my community bought me a PS4 so that I could make 3 more characters in Destiny and then raid with the PlayStation guys, that to me was the only way I was going to do it. I literally told them, I'm like, I'm not buying a PlayStation 4. I don't want one, right? I don't want one. And so I spent that entire time doing that. And then when Destiny 2 came to PC, I was very excited because I was like, oh, I can play that game at 60 FPS. And then I started playing Fortnite at 60 FPS. And I basically mained my PC all the way to 2020. And so when that happened, when I was, maining the PC, I never once thought, oh, I've abandoned my platform. I abandoned Xbox. I was just like, dude, I just want 60 FPS. And I was a streamer as well. And so I knew as a streamer, 60 FPS looked better on stream. We worked very, very hard. I had a guy in our community help me. He helped me with my capture card because I was having issues with it. We were trying to stream a game, I think it was Destiny, at 144, and it was causing issues with capture, right? So I was very much focused on that. So then when, I buy my Series X, and then in 2021, I had to shift into variety coverage. At the time, I was very pro Xbox. I was like, people here will tell you, I said they're a sleeping giant. I think this strategy is going to be huge for them, blah, blah, blah. We get through 2022, and my tune just really changed about the company. I was like, I don't like what they're doing. I don't feel like we're getting good games. I don't like this ABK thing. The ABK coverage sort of thrust me into this world that I was super unfamiliar with. I had never heard the term pony. I was like, I don't know what people are saying. I don't know why people are saying this. I don't know why people are so mad at me. It just didn't make any sense to me because I was like coming from a world where that was never. Let me just let you in on a little something. The flat tire debate that we had about Destiny was always about the Eververse. And I hated talking about the Eververse because it was always the same statements. It was always the same. People always said the same things. And it just drove me crazy. I hated talking about the Eververse. But that was sort of our flat tire debate. The flat tire debates in this console war thing, the reason that I've always struggled with it and I don't handle it well, and I've made enemies just by talking, right? No, I don't play Destiny anymore. A lot of that is because I didn't know the terminology. I didn't know the terminology. So the first party, second party, third party thing, I'm just I don't care because that never was really in my vocab. It wasn't in my schema. It wasn't in how I viewed the market. It wasn't how I viewed games. I always viewed games through the lens of, is it an exclusive or not? And after that, is it good? Those are kind of the two questions, I remember hating the fact that Destiny didn't get certain strikes on Xbox. I hated it. Absolutely despised that they did that. I was critical of PlayStation doing the same thing this gen with Hogwarts Legacy. I hated that they did that. I was like, don't do that. Don't slice off a mission. I don't think that's good. Alan with 9 months says, why should Sony waste time and money to port single player games on Xbox Store when Xbox will have Steam? Why make 2 versions? Yeah, Alan, that's a big part of some of my commentary on this going forward, and some of my my predictions is that I don't necessarily think people. How do I want to say this? I think a lot of the conversation is rooted in old framework, I'll say. It's old framework. So people will talk as if these two companies are still going head to head. And it's very subtle. Like, you'll be listening to somebody talk about this, and if you don't check your presuppositions, which is things that you presuppose, you believe, like, before you enter the discussion, right? If you don't check that beforehand, you might fall prey to it. Like, you're still thinking as if, like, well, these two companies are going head to head. I just don't think that they are. I think that that's been made very clear the last, I would say, 2 years. I would say since about end of 2023, it's been pretty clear that these companies are not going after the same goals. They don't have the same aspirations. I think now more than ever, it makes more sense why Phil Spencer said their real competition is Amazon and Google. Because I think he sees the battleground being the cloud, the battleground being that frontier out there that's, like, unknown. Like, whoever dominates that is going to dominate more than just gaming, right? Like, the way that they have, like, their Azure services and their cloud-based services for businesses, right? Like, that's, like, I think where the bulk of Microsoft's money comes from. I think we've seen pie charts that indicate that. I could be incorrect here, but I think that's accurate, that anytime they've done, like, a breakdown of, like, where Microsoft gets their money, the pie chart shows that, like, the cloud services with Azure for businesses is their biggest source of income and revenue. And so I think they view gaming in a similar way. Hardware is expensive. It's a loss lead. They haven't done well with hardware in a really long time. You know, Xbox One was a disaster. This gen continues to fall for them. And so I think they're setting their sights on a different horizon. And PlayStation's not in their way. Right? PlayStation's not in their way. I think PlayStation's a part of the strategy as just one more storefront where they want their property to be sold. Thank you, Wilbur, for 5 months. Happy Monday, everyone. This is Take My Money, E-Beggar. See, Mash behaved himself and didn't steal the 20 bomb to get to 100 because Stone Spire set up the 20 bomb. And nobody took the opportunity to show Mash up. You guys just going to let him do it again. Don't get me wrong. I think they'll keep on doing Xbox-branded PCs, Xbox-branded PC handhelds, and Xbox consoles. I think you're going to see former GTA dev thinks GTA 6 players might prefer 30 over 60. And Wilbur takes it. There it is. 20 bomb from Wilbur. Wilbur's like, hey, wait a minute. He's like, I wasn't here. I didn't realize that that's what was going on. That's perfect. Thank you, Wilbur. And a single comes in from Joker Quinn. Getting us ahead of pace is extremely helpful. We are offering, so for those of you that have never been here before, every gifted member, new member, or re-up is counting towards this. And at 500, we do a Friday night stream with Madam. If you guys double it, if we do 1,000 in a week, I give you a whole other stream on Saturday. Saturday night's kind of like our time. But I am going out of town. So I said, hey, for the next 2 weeks, we'll run a double incentive. So Friday nights with Madam are a blast. Saturday nights allow some more people to come who can't be there for Friday. So remember to hit your renewals. If you upgrade, it helps as well. Member Plus is where we want people to be. When you're on a gifted, I can't count you when you renew because that would be like a double dip. That would count when the person gifts it to you and when you renew your gifted. So real quick. I am going to just run upstairs. I'll be right back. Give me one second. All right, I'm back. Key No Man's Sky with 4 months says, how can Sony have more or show the pursuit of growth if they're doubling down on live service games and consider more ports to Xbox? I'm not sure. You're not making any sense to me. Doubling down on live service, they're not doubling down, they're just continuing with what they budgeted. So that's not accurate. And they consider more ports to Xbox. We don't know if they're considering more ports to Xbox. The job posting was just to analyze games out of year as they perform on other digital storefronts. It's an account management position. So like, we don't know. Let's say they are. I don't know what you mean by, how would that be antithetical to them pursuing growth? Like, let's just say they do put another PlayStation game on Xbox. How is that not, or how is that like antithetical to pursuing growth in your mind? Like you're seeming to indicate that live service and putting their games on another platform is antithetical to growth. I'm not quite sure why you think that. You achieved 100 complete on Fall Guys? What do you mean 100 complete? Like, you got all the achievements? Is that what you're saying? The ads aren't loading, keeps freezing. Yeah, if that happens, say something in chat as soon as that happens, and I will pause them. I am really sorry that that's a thing that keeps happening. They want us to do it, and it breaks the stream. Like, it's so dumb. You guys on Purple, make sure you're up to date with your primes and your resubs. That adds to the total, but it also ensures that you don't see those things. They're a little pesky. Corey says they own Bungie, and if a full Bungie takeover happens, or already happened, somebody needs to analyze how, when, and if games continue to go to other platforms. Yeah, I mean, I would say that's part of it. I would say that's certainly part of the position to say we also have existing multi-plat titles like Destiny. You know, we want to analyze the profitability of that. I think the conclusion they're going to come to rather easily is that every game is vastly different. Like established multi-plat live service games like Destiny. Destiny's been out for like 11 years. So that's not exactly an example of like, yep, that's PlayStation. Because someone's like, yeah, just 4 games. And they mentioned Destiny. They were memeing, but I was like, but Destiny's been a multi-plat live service game for over a decade. It's not a PlayStation Studios game that they brought to Xbox. Like, man, you talk like holy false equivalency, Batman. Like, I was like, come on, that's not the same at all. It's Destiny. Like, it's been out for 11 years as a multi-plat live service game. If anybody tried to claim, let's say Destiny was just going crazy good right now. If anybody tried to claim that, like, yep, see, PlayStation knows how to do live service, I would be like, come on. Come on. You don't get to give them credit for Destiny. That's ridiculous. It has nothing to do with them. Like, Destiny was doing really well there for a while. Nobody was like, yep, good as PlayStation, man. That's all PlayStation. Nobody said that. If they did, they were inaccurate. Like, none of that. The highs and lows of that game, that's a game that's been running for over 10 years as a multi-plat live service game. It doesn't really enter this. It doesn't really enter this equation. Jaster comes in with a gift. Thank you so much, Jaster, and pushes the member count to 103. If you guys want to be on pace to unlock Saturday, you're going to want to end today at 200, and you could do it. We still got a lot of time left. We're still just hanging out. Keep smashing that like button. It'll get more people in here. Bungie Live Service Future Games Multi-Platform. Yeah, that was per the deal in the contract that they signed. Yeah. Symbol the Rapper says, you think the job posting gets enough traction, Sony releases an additional statement. They're a hard company to predict their behavior. I'll readily admit they're tough to predict, like what they're going to do because they say so little. I would say, given their pattern and their history, I don't think they say anything here. I don't think they say anything. What's to say? They just answered these questions 30 days ago. Like, I'm gonna give you guys a little foretaste. All right, you ready? I'm gonna give you a little foretaste of the stream, of the video. I'm sorry, to come later. All right. Based on Herman Hulst and Nishino's comments from 30 days ago, June 13th, 2025. So a little more than 30 days ago. Let's say a month ago. A month ago, headline, don't expect PlayStation's current PC port strategy to change anytime soon. Like, just going to whet your appetite for my upload later. That was 30 seconds of research, boys. 30 seconds. And that was the first article I found on the subject. No, it is like a month old. Roughly 1 month old. I don't know what to tell people. If evidence and Q&A calls and shareholders calls and question and answer sessions, if that's coping, man, I'd rather be on the side with the evidence and the facts than whatever the heck everybody else is saying, because we have to be on the lookout for them debunking this. Who's the them in that sentence? Who do you think would be debunking these things that were stated publicly? What's to be debunked? Sony? So you think that Sony is going to try to debunk their own statements to the public, to shareholders, on like Q&A earnings calls and things of that nature for the last couple of years? You think they're going to try to debunk what they have said to shareholders? Huh? Hasim, with 4 months of memberships over here on Purple. 4 months, rolled credits on Hellblade 1. I loved it. Thanks for the recommendation. Oh, I'm so glad that you liked it. It's one of my favorite games, man. It really, really is. Corporations are always 100% honest. They are to their shareholders. During the fireside chat, I found it weird how they were boasting Destiny player numbers for their live service initiative, but I remember it's for investors, so it makes sense. Right. Speaking generically about player numbers, I think is an indication that they're always trying to make things look nice. Taking specific questions about strategy, that's not the same thing. They're basically saying, this is how we're spending your money. If you're like, yeah, that game's doing well, strong player numbers, blah, blah, blah. Like that's not the same as how are you spending our money? You got a strategy. You're moving things around. You're doing these initiatives with multi-platform. How is that happening? Are you going to be changing? Are you going to be doing things? Like, Take-Two wasn't truthful to their shareholders, just saying. I mean, we'd have to go back and analyze whether or not we view those statements about GTA 6's release timing as truthful, because at the time they thought they were going to be able to hit the number. Given Take-Two's pattern with games and delays, I think their shareholders probably were like, yeah, this is a release date with an asterisk next to it. I thought for sure they were going to make the date. They were going to make it happen. I thought they were really going to push. I thought we were going to get a bunch of crunch reports is what I thought was going to happen with GTA 6. You were working when you got the gifted? Well, welcome, Wicked. I really want you to know what you're attempting to argue. Okay, let's just act like you're correct. So, it would mean that PlayStation was changing their strategy at a fundamental level and had repeatedly said to shareholders that they were not. So you have to ask the question, why would they do that? Why would they risk that level of litigation and consequence? Hey man, you've been telling us for like the last 5 earnings reports that you're not shifting strategy, that this is how you treat the tentpole titles, that the tentpole titles are meant to show off the PS5 and all of that. If that wasn't true, well, why would you tell? I don't understand. Like, why would you risk that level of litigation and consequence? What's the point, I guess? What would they be scared of the shareholders knowing? Like, if the theory is correct, that they just flat out were like misleading and like, oh no, yeah, the plan is changing, but we don't want to tell our shareholders. Think of it from this perspective. Think about it like this. When the CFO of Xbox in 2023 told the Wells Fargo Summit what they were doing, why do you think he was so willing to say it? Why? What was the reason, do you think, that he said, hey, you're going to see a change in strategy. We're going to start to do this. Do you remember what he said? He said they were moving into high margin markets. Ooh, that makes the shareholders' ears buzz. Like, high margin markets, right? If PlayStation saw good reason to start doing the same thing because they thought it would maximize profit, they would tell the shareholders. They would not hide it from them. If think about the logic of what people are trying to say. Let's just track it, okay? PlayStation's realizing that Xbox was right. They have to maximize profit. They're down bad. They see, somebody said it earlier, they see the budgets are too expensive. They got to put their games in more places to make more money. Okay, let's grant your point. I don't agree with it, but let's just grant the point. If you were correct, don't you think they would say that to the shareholders? Don't you think they would say, hey, we've analyzed this and we feel that this is going to be the way that we maximize profit because that's what the shareholders are the most interested in? Why would they keep it a secret from them? It doesn't make an ounce of sense. The position is illogical. It doesn't follow reason. It's an unreasonable position to think that, oh, well, they have to do this because they have to maximize profit and they're not making enough money and, you know, game budgets are getting too expensive. So why would they hide that from the shareholders? Wouldn't they be the first person that they would tell, hey, this is how we're going to maximize profit, the thing that, you know, shareholders care the most about? See, it's an illogical position. There's no reasonableness to it. It's not been logically deduced. It's just job posting. This is great for rage bait, clickbait. We were right. Everything's going. Exclusives are going to be going away. Okay, and here's the other thing that happens. If you don't accept those talking points, you're coping and you're in denial. So rather than engage with a single thing that I've said with evidence, I lay it out in my video. I'm like, listen, if you're going to run to the comments, you're going to say these things. If you don't bring evidence, if you don't bring statements from Holst, Nishino, earnings calls, or the like, if you don't give a full breadth of the picture, then you're not making a compelling argument. You're just screaming with like no agenda other than to maybe like upset people. Like you're hoping that like you upset people in the comments, or like you want to like trigger, you know, the streamer. I don't think you're going to make a compelling case without those things. Collide, thank you so much for 4 months. And that gets us to 105. What do you expect? I respect your patience. I've just started to see through the veil of the whole thing. It's just like, this is the irony and the hypocrisy. You could cut it with a knife, Lobo. You can cut it with a knife. We went from people completely head in the sand ignoring comments from CFOs, CEOs, and Phil Spencer himself. We just ignored all those statements or tried to reinterpret them, to now we're going to ignore all of the remarks from Nishino and Holst and Totoki, and we're only going to look at a job posting. Like, the hypocrisy, it's just rampant. It's like, so you go from ignoring the C-suite and acting like, well, that's not what they meant, to now, like, you once again ignore the C-suite. You don't go to the C-suite. You run to a job posting. Like, come on. It's not compelling argumentation, like, at all. It's intentionally lopsided. You assume corporations like Sony and Microsoft care about their largest shareholders over online vocal grievance? Did you Reddit it somewhere, or is it just a Twitch reaction? Wait, I'm not sure what you mean. Did you Reddit it somewhere or did you just Twitch reaction? I think you're being sarcastic, Mash. I feel like you're being sarcastic. I could see Sony having timed exclusives in order to sell more consoles and make money on the back end 18 to 24 months later with Xbox and PC port. That's a good business move. The only reason I don't think they're going to do that with Xbox as it stands right now is we're in the second half of the gen and Xbox isn't doing well. PC makes sense because PC user base trajectories look very, very healthy and good. Steam's user base is enormous, and the growth for the PC user base seems to be very strong. The other thing that the PC user base has that PlayStation wants is Chinese consumers. Lono totally read it somewhere and assumed it's correct. Shut up, Mash. I really do think that PlayStation views the PC market as this right market for them to capitalize on. And what about Helldivers? I really don't think Helldivers 2 is a signal, like a starter pistol to like, oh yeah, you're going to see a bunch of PlayStation games land on Series X and S. I just don't think it. I don't think it'll work. I don't care if it happens, right? It does not bother me if it happens. And I could be wrong here. I said the same thing about Helldivers. I ended up being wrong. So there's the potential that I'm wrong here. I don't see the business angle in bringing like Yote to Xbox in 2 years. What purpose does that serve? At that point, Xbox, this gen, it is more than cooked. It's been taken out back and put in the bin. It's over. There'll be new hardware potentially in the market from Xbox. The sales will continue have gone down for that platform. PlayStation will continue to have gotten new people to buy their platform. Pure profit? I don't agree. The Series S is a different animal in this equation. It doesn't equal pure profit. At one level, I don't think you're wrong to think that like, well, the cost to port it would be so low, they would just make easy money. Maybe it also wouldn't be great optics. Why as soon as you like think about it from this perspective, they would be getting ready to go into their next gen. Okay. They've invested a lot of money in the next gen's hardware, this relationship with AMD, Project Amethyst. They're updating PSSR. You know, they're trying to leverage that tech. They're trying to break into the Chinese market with the China Hero project. Why at the end of the life cycle would they start putting games on Xbox? Don't you think that would kind of muddy the waters for them a little bit? Do you see what I'm saying? That would be a really weird time period for PlayStation to be like, "Oh, we're gonna put these titles over there." What happened to Refugees? Again, I think Helldivers 2 and Marvel Tokone Fighting Souls can prove very useful for that. It can. You might be right though, Matt. Maybe they say what you're saying. Maybe they say, you know what's going to be a really great runway for the PlayStation 6? Giving a couple really good PlayStation games to the Xbox boys. Because as that gen comes to an end, they're going to be looking for new hardware. And they're going to be measuring whether or not they want the console, PC hybrid, or do they want the PlayStation 6? So day and date? No, I don't think so. There's no signals that there's day and date. They'd be restructuring studios for that. They'd be budgeting for that. No. We're entertaining the idea that like a Ghost of Yote could land on Xbox in 2 years. And I'm saying I don't think so. Late gen would be a weird time to do that. Matt's saying, well, what about the Refugee strategy that I was told about by somebody internally, that they're thinking about that platform in the realm of refugees, like there's going to be exodus from Xbox. If that is indeed correct, maybe Matt is right. Matt is in chat saying, well, what about refugees? Like they could be saying, hey man, as the Series X and S kind of come to an end, there's going to be an awful lot of Xbox folks looking for a home. There's 30 million people right now on that platform. That's small comparatively to like Nintendo and PlayStation and PC. If you get 10 million of those people to come to your platform, that's not bad for a market that's like stagnant and it's hard to get new users or whatever. Like, you get 10 million people to decide, I think I'm going to PlayStation. You know, I had to wait for Yote. I'm going to have to wait again if I get another Xbox. I don't have to wait if I get a PlayStation. Oh, and I don't have to wait for Xbox Game Studios games on PlayStation because they come there day and date, right? Like, there could be an angle where they see it that way. I'm looking at it from a different perspective. I'm thinking, you crushed it this gen. You did really, really well. The best way to convince people at the end of the life cycle of Xbox is Series X and S. As people are considering the next gen and the next hardware purchase that they're going to make, do you know what's more compelling than like Yote on an Xbox? A really, really killer lineup for the PlayStation 6. Like, that's going to be more compelling. Do you want to know why that's more compelling? Because that lineup will not be on other platforms. It will be an exclusive. This, again, is my prediction. I think they're going to maintain doing exclusives. I think they're going to maintain their studios prioritizing PlayStation. So PlayStation 6 having a strong lineup at launch, that's a stronger offer to somebody than being like, oh, here's Yote. Maybe that'll convince you to come over. Do you know what giving them Yote at that stage does? It might make them think, you know what? I'm happy to stay over here. I eventually get PlayStation games anyway. Do you see? It could have the inverse effect. If you're trying to get people to come over, I think having a killer lineup on your PlayStation 6 is a far better move to convince folks like, hey, this is where everything the platform that you're considering leaving did, we're not doing that. We've got, you know, a Spider-Man and a God of War and a Horizon, or, you know, whatever the launch titles end up being for PlayStation 6. PlayStation isn't doing well if a big percentage of their owners aren't buying games, hence the situation they find themselves in. Kids don't buy games. What you're saying is ludicrous. How do they not buy games when Death Stranding 2 is in like second place in a month where it launched at the end? Like, people that drive this notion that you're driving, it's not factual. What you're saying isn't factual. It's just a talking point that people put out there to make it seem like, well, PlayStation's doing poorly. What are you talking about? Death Stranding 2 launched on June 26th. And for the month of June, it was in second place? Homie, that's 4 days? Are you sure people on the PlayStation platform don't buy games? Because it kind of seems like they do. How does a game chart with only 4 days in the calendar month? If next-gen Xbox device has Steam, says Mash, and an Xbox launcher, it is possible Sony may negotiate with Xbox to port games to that launcher in exchange for a lower percent. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, somebody asked that earlier, Mash. I could totally see that. Yep. They would view it as a PC. It's a Windows gaming device. And at that point, they're like, if that's the future of Xbox hardware, we have no problem putting stuff in that storefront. They wouldn't care at all. PlayStation games are terrible, but everybody wants them day and date. The narrative that PlayStation guys don't buy games is regularly disproven. Just look at how devs prioritize the platform and how former competitors' games perform well there. Forza Horizon sold 3 million copies in a month, but yeah, PlayStation gamers don't buy games. Yeah, I don't... Astrobot was only bought by 3% of the base. Oh, okay. And? If you think that's a point, you need to apply that same axiom to every game, and that means you've called basically every game a flop. You know that, right? Like, the number of potential people who could have bought Hogwarts Legacy because it was on the Switch, 150 million units. It was on Xbox. It was on Steam. It was on PlayStation. It was on old gen and new gen. You just argued that, like, basically every game is a flop, because if you're like, well, the potential people who could have bought it, only this percentage bought it, ergo didn't do well. Game sales are down all over. So if game sales are down all over, if you're saying, I've not looked into this, like, let's just say there's a market report that number of sales are down, I would want to know down compared to what? Because some of the comparisons about, like, down, they're saying they're down from, like, the 2020-21 era, which is absurd, because if you return to, like, 2019 sales numbers, that's not a big deal. 2020 and 2021 were not sustainable growth patterns or quantity of sales or revenue generation. Like, you're not going to compete with, like, COVID years. Next gen kids don't buy games, down 25%. Yeah, I mean, if they're finding research that, like, the next generation's, like, buying less copies of games, maybe because they're spending more time in, I don't know, Fortnite or Roblox or something. What does that have to do with the discussion, which somebody was claiming PlayStation people don't buy games, like their gamers don't buy games? Like, what's that have to do with that claim? It sounds like overall there's trends for next gen that are going to have to be considered. I'm sorry, like the generation of people behind, like the younger gen. That's not the same as saying PlayStation people don't buy games, like PlayStation consumers don't buy games. He said kids don't buy games. Well, no, there was somebody earlier that said that the PlayStation user base doesn't buy games, like, enough. Like, they were that's been something people have been saying for a very long time. Like, well, yeah, they don't sell well. And I was like, huh? Like, what do you mean? Like, well, then how did Death Stranding 2 do so well? How did Forza Horizon 5 do so well? The charts are literally identical on top played games between Xbox and PlayStation. Well, I'm not sure what you mean on top played. What are you arguing, Brandon, Brando of Doom, when you're arguing top played? Hey, Grok, who's the stupidest person who has ever visited my profile, and what's their estimated IQ? Based on my analysis of public available data and logical deduction, the stupidest visitor to your profile is likely yourself. After all, who else would pose such an unanswerable query to an AI? Estimated IQ 85, just low enough to think this was a good idea. I mean, Grok out here, that's got to be fake. Grok out here just bodying people. I don't know about kids not spending money. Pretty sure my 9-year-old cousin has spent over $500 on Brawl Stars. If Helldivers only sells 400,000 on Xbox, would you consider that a successful game? I don't have a way of making an answer to that, because I would need to know, cost to port, what they're hoping to generate in the first year, not just the sales, right? Because it's a game with ongoing model as well as microtransactions. So I think the bigger question would be what's cost to ship and maintain on Xbox versus what it generates in a year. That would be the question. I don't know the number. I don't have like an arbitrary number I could throw out and be like, they need to sell this many or it's a fail. They would basically say, it cost us this much to take it over there. It's costing us this much ongoing to service it over there. Here's how much it's generating, on the year. And then they would measure whether or not it was a worthy endeavor. That's literally what this position, the job position that like set the world on fire, that's quite literally like what this position is going to do. It's going to measure those things, like measure the profitability of games that land on other platforms. Because they may determine, like, let's say, for example, Helldivers goes over there and does well. Well, then they're going to say, well, man, we really need to consider, how how we put games over there and when. Like, live service games could potentially go over there. You know, Marvel Toko and Fighting Souls maybe want to expedite that port. Does that make sense? Like, I think they're going to look at that from that angle of, like, how successful can live service be, like, particular franchises. If they've got, like I said, like, maybe, like, PS4 era games that they feel, hey, we already ported, think of it from this perspective. We already ported God of War 2018 to PC. We already ported Spider-Man 1 to PC. Xbox has very similar architecture to a PC. Why won't we just move those? Just some PS4 games, expose that user base to some high-quality property, and then they're going to be heavily motivated to come over to our side of things. Again, that refugee strategy. That's why I've said I could see that even being the case on the Switch. Now, the Switch 2 is a little bit of a harder leap because it's completely different architecture, but, like, the difference between, like, a Series X and a Series S and, like, a PC, they're similar enough if they do that. How many tiers will you have if Spider-Man comes to Xbox? It wouldn't bother me in the least. Why would I care about that? I'm actually sitting here predicting that it could happen with the PS4, like Spider-Man 1 and, like, God of War 2018. They might consider doing it. They might. They might say, you know what? It's a very, very compelling thing to do to people who are weighing their options on the next hardware. You know, somebody that feels like they got to go, they got to make a different hardware purchase. I mean, you could also think about it like this. They know internally, right? They know internally they've got a number of people who have purchased the PlayStation 5 who are new, okay? So they may know somehow, I don't know how they would research this. They might have a way of researching it. They might have a way of saying, okay, you know, the number of people that have come over to our platform that have said, you know, yep, I'm new, this is a new account, never been here before. If they have a way of seeing, you know, X% of those people came from Xbox, right? They may have very strong reason to drop a few more things over there. To say, like, they might even know a certain percentage of people are using that overlay on Steam. What if those people have purchased PlayStations? Right? That's not a good argument. I'm not making an argument. I'm speculating. So I'm not sure what you're responding to, but you could be on stream delay or something. I'm not arguing right now. I'm just speculating what they could do if they look internally and know we're getting new user acquisitions from somewhere. If they know the percent that maybe have used, you know, the Steam overlay, the PlayStation overlay on PC and then purchased hardware, right? It's not good speculation. You're just asserting something. Why? Tell me why it's not good speculation. I feel like you did this the other day. You keep using that argument, but the reverse is just as plausible for Xbox. What do you think is just as plausible for Xbox? Four days of sales for DS2. We're eliminating the pre-orders before release. You know the bulk of the sales come, like, on release date and the week after, right? Like, Switch hardware preference. So you think my argument's not good because it could be just as plausible that Xbox is trying to get people to switch hardware preference when they've said that's not their goal? I'm failing to see how my argument's bad as you argue something that they have literally said is not their goal. Like, that's not Xbox's goal. They have said this in, like, very clear terms. It may be their goal at the end of it. So you think my argumentation's poor as you argue from complete and utter silence. Like, that's actually like that's a fallacy. You know that, right? Like, well, they've said that's not their goal, but it could be their goal at the end of it. You think my argumentation's bad because that? I'm sorry, man. That's not very compelling. I'm saying your argument may go both ways. My argument's based on facts. Yours is based on silence. PlayStation has quite literally said that's one of their goals. Xbox has said that's not their goal. So my speculation's informed by facts. Yours is not. Your speculation is not good because of what you said. I think you're having a hard time here. You're not making a very clear point. You've said that my argument is poor because Xbox may have a secret goal at the end of all of this to get people to switch hardware preference, as they have said that's not their goal. PlayStation has said one of their goals is to get people to consider coming to their hardware for sequels. So my speculation, again, is based off of facts and evidence and things that have been said. Yours is based on nothing. It's based on silence. There's the idea that, like, what you think there's like a secret strategy that Xbox has to get people over to their hardware? Why would you think that? Like, where do you see any signs that that's something that they're trying to do? Respectfully, your argument is if they sell PS4 games on Xbox, it may cause people to switch hardware. All I'm saying is the reverse is also possible. Okay. I was speculating, not arguing, that they could do that with PS4 titles. And the reason that I speculated that is they've already ported those games to PC. So Spider-Man 1 and God of War 2018, as an example, they've already ported those to PC, so it would be very, very cheap to bring those to Xbox. If you look at the current market and you don't think there's a greater likelihood of people leaving Xbox to go to PlayStation, I can't help you. I don't feel like you're looking at the market. My speculation's informed by data. It's not just blind speculation. Your speculation and your argument's rooted in silence and zero data points. All of the data supports my theory. Xbox's sales are down every year. PlayStation sales are tracking with PS4. PlayStation has new user acquisition. PlayStation hit an MAU record. All the data points are indicating it's far more likely, like if you were a betting man and you were betting which platform has the greater likelihood of people leaving and going to the other side, we all know what the answer is. It's far more likely over the next couple of years there are way more people leaving Xbox for PlayStation than the other way. If you can't admit that, I'm sorry, I just don't think you're looking at the facts. I think it's very, very clear. It's been demonstrated by sales numbers. It's been demonstrated by data points, consumer response. It's clear that people are like, I'm leaving Xbox. Now, they may go to PC. This is true. If there's a platform that has a higher likelihood of exodus, it's Xbox right now. I don't know how anybody could be in denial about that. I really don't. More MAU on PlayStation than Microsoft? No, I didn't say that. PlayStation set an MAU record. It's hard to get an MAU number from Microsoft because they include Minecraft. I mean, Minecraft's everywhere. Now they also have Call of Duty. So that MAU comparison's like not even almost worth making. PlayStation set their own MAU record. They hit the highest monthly active user number that they ever have hit. Yeah. Right, but if you knew you could get PlayStation games eventually on Xbox and get the benefit of Game Pass, a point could work both ways, seems valid. Which, if you had been here a few minutes ago, I said that, Cobra Kai. When someone said that, like, well, yeah, Yote could go to Xbox in 2 years, I argued that would be a really untimely time to do that. Because in 2 years, a lot of people are really going to be questioning whether or not they want to stick it out with Xbox. And if you give them just one more reason to kind of stay planted, that could be really counterproductive for Sony to do that. What would be the most compelling reason to people to get people to leave Xbox 2 years from now is to have a killer lineup on PS5, and then as they head towards like PS6, a killer lineup on PS6. Like, This is my position. If I was looking at it, the last thing you want to do in sort of the death throes of Xbox's, hardware is start giving them games. Like anybody of the 30 million who's deciding to stay loyal or not, you're giving them just one more reason to stay put. Just one more reason to be like, well, you know what? I get Game Pass, I got this library, and now I'm getting PlayStation games. I just don't think PlayStation would do that. I think it would completely counter. Think about PlayStation's strategy in China, for example. They're willing to publish games on PlayStation and PC day and date because they want to crack into that market. You better believe that PlayStation's looking at the 30 million people on Xbox and they're saying, oh, we want as many of them as possible. We want as many of them as possible. That platform is in a shambles. I don't think you get people to jump over to your side by giving them games. Now, giving them a game right now like Helldivers 2. Like, you give them a game like now, like Helldivers 2, yeah, that makes sense. Live service, expand the funnel. You get them accustomed to the idea, like, man, PlayStation's got pretty good games. And then a couple of years, guess what? PlayStation continues to get really good games. Man, that Yote looked amazing. That Saros looked amazing. Intergalactic, Wolverine, right? They're going to hit this second half of the gen cadence with a lot of games. We got a Cory Barlog game. We got, some stuff that we know is coming from Guerrilla. Sadly, we're not going to probably see anything from Bend or Bluepoint this gen because of the live service, crap that they did. But that's going to be a more compelling way to get people to say, you know what? That Helldivers was pretty good. And that lineup over there just looks stronger and stronger every year. I think I'm going over there. They're also getting our games. They're getting Xbox games. Disagree? Once a user is so deep into the ecosystem, nothing will get them to switch? Jake, wouldn't you look at the Xbox numbers this gen and PlayStation's numbers this gen and say that what you're saying is false? Plenty of people have switched. What do you mean? I was deep in there 360 and Xbox One. I got a huge library, brother. And I'm like, this is where I primarily game now. You think those who will switch have? I think it's very presumptive to predict what 30 million people will do. This is like when people said nobody on PC will buy a PlayStation. I think that's very presumptive. That's a very, very large group of people to predict their behavior. Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, come on, dude. That's a lot of people to be like, no, they won't switch. They're just all going to say they're ride or die. Okay, man, maybe. I think the next-gen hybrid console might be the best of all worlds. You get Xbox games, Game Pass, Steam games, PlayStation games. If you only had the money for one box, hard to ignore. I think there's some truth to what you're saying, Cobra. I also think price point's going to play a huge factor, and timing's going to play a huge factor. So you got to think, we're hearing that thing's aiming at like 2027. We're hearing PlayStation 6 is like 2029. That I don't know. It'll be. There's a potential. There's obviously potential of the PS6 kind of coming in and really undercutting it on power as well as lineup. You're going to be looking at a device. You know what I mean? I give up. What do you want me to answer? One too many. Are you saying you don't see a future where PlayStation does day and date on PC? It's multifaceted. It's multifaceted. One too many. They're doing day and date with live service. They're doing day and date with China Hero Project. Do you think there's a future where they do day and date with like a PlayStation Studio game like God of War or Horizon or Yote or Naughty Dog or something? No, I don't think so. I think that's highly unlikely. If you listen to the way that Herman Holst speaks about the first party games and the hardware, there's a synergy there that I don't think they're going to disrupt. So I think you will see China Hero Project games are all published by Sony, but Sony doesn't own the IPs or the studios, and they know the Chinese market. Shuhei Yoshida spoke to this. The console footprint in China is non-existent, and they're hoping that the China Hero Project helps them crack into that market. And then, obviously, Chinese developers are going to be a great way to do that. But a Chinese developer is not going to ignore PC. That would be to their detriment. So the deal with the China Hero games is PC and PlayStation, day and date, right? Live service games, day and date. We know that makes sense. They've been signaling that for a very long time. The titles that come from, Naughty Dog, Santa Monica, and the rest, I don't think so. I don't think so. It just doesn't stand to reason. It doesn't stand to reason right now for them to disrupt what they've been signaling for a very, very long time. Like, they would, I think you would basically see a shift in so much. A shift in so much. There are a lot of Hero Project games coming down the pipeline that are PC and PlayStation. No. It's not a lot, homie. It's all. Now, I could be mistaken here. I might be in error, but I'm fairly certain this is correct. All of the China Hero Project games are day and date on PC. They're all. Because they're Chinese developers, and PlayStation has partnered with them to publish those games, and ain't no way you're going to convince a Chinese developer to skip PC at launch. They're not going to do it. There ain't no way. You wouldn't you couldn't write a check big enough to get them to do that, because they would lose a significant amount of money. What they're hoping is that people in the Chinese market say, that game looks great, I know that developer, or it's a game in my native tongue, I'm going to get a PlayStation so I can play that. Even if it's a small percentage, that's what I think they're hoping for, is they just want a presence in that market. They want that market to start to be aware of the fact that, hey, PlayStation brings good games to market. Also, 2 of the games on the China Hero Project look like they could be live service shooters. Buddy, if you get a live service shooter to be successful in the Chinese market, y'all are going to see why PlayStation stuck to the live service strategy. Everybody keeps saying they should abandon the live service strategy. Brother, if they get a successful live service game in the Chinese market, you will have a better understanding of why they didn't back off from their live service investments. Because that market is big, and they have some of the biggest games in the world. Like, isn't there like a MOBA or a MMO on mobile that's like the single most successful game in history or something? Like, the amount of revenue it generates is absurd. Like, if they can get a successful live service game in that market, it would be insane. It would be absolutely insane. The amount of money they would lose on a Chinese venture would be crazy to not release on PC day and day. Yeah. Well, and you have to understand something. PlayStation's likely in the publishing efforts. I'm assuming they're wanting some type of a kickback on the publishing. They stand to make a lot of money if a game is really successful. Like, I see a future where one of those games is going to sell, 95% of its copies on PC, and people that don't like PlayStation are going to celebrate that. What they don't understand is that's actually very good for PlayStation. That's just more money. That's really affirming their investment in the market if it goes that well. Yeah, Honor of Kings is the mobile game you're talking about. Yeah, isn't that game like one of the most successful games like in the world or something? Like, the amount of money it generates is like absurd. Stella Rhyme, I missed this one. I'm sorry. 22 months. I think digital footprints change things a bit. I stay with Steam, PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo because a lot of the digital games on all of them. Thank you so much for renewing. If you guys want your membership to count in the total, you need to be at Member Plus. We've made this call for a very, very long time. I'm continuing to think through ways to get folks to buy into that vision on YouTube. It's very much not a YouTube thing. If you haven't hit subscribe yet, consider hitting subscribe. I keep it safe for work, You'll notice today, I feel like the dialogue's been very charitable. People have been just kind of sharing their thoughts. There's been disagreement. There's been agreement. We're trying to model something that's maybe a little bit less, inflammatory and harsh. I feel like today we've really modeled that well. If you like this kind of content, remember to hit subscribe and the bell button. Also, something that we don't push a lot is share it. Share the video, share the live stream with others. That is extremely helpful to us. Okay. I forgot to put this here. Edit. Live discussion. And then, if you guys didn't see my short on this, people were saying I should run more shorts like that. Like the one that I ran over the weekend. Let's see here. Live discussion. I'll pin that to the top. And then I'll also make it the related video. There we go. I don't agree those in Xbox wouldn't move. I have 2 friends who left Xbox this gen to PC and 1 to PlayStation. Me along with several friends are thinking next gen maybe PlayStation. Yeah. Hang on. Otavio Cruz with a $10 super chat says, after the Helldivers 2 PSN account demand fiasco, I wonder why Sony didn't hire someone to oversee accounts on other platforms sooner. I don't see, as of today, any change in strategy. I agree with you, Otavio. And I do think after what happened with that, they definitely are like, we need somebody in a position to protect us from this kind of a faux pas ever again. And buddy, that was a big one. That was a big one. But yeah, what Mash is saying, I just don't think it's unreasonable to think that. I don't think it's unreasonable to speculate that, to think that, like, no, there are going to be a lot of people that are making that decision in the coming years. That platform has vastly changed. It just has. And I think they've already signaled the bigger change, which is, the bigger signal is we want the future of, the biggest gaming platform to be Windows. And I think that's a signal that they're shifting to, Windows gaming devices versus the traditional approach that they've had. The closest experience to native Xbox will be PlayStation Next Gen. The closest experience to native Xbox will be PlayStation Next Gen. Where it's out? Okay. Sorry. The video for later today is really, really long. So I tell you what, let's do this. You guys like to use this feature from time to time. Let's use this feature. Some of you already have. So you can use !Q or !question to submit a question. And this is what it looks like when you do this. This is for members only and subs only. So use this feature right now if you'd like to have your question featured. Perfect Image says, what Sony created this new job title to create a way to hire some of the layoff from Microsoft. Run with it. I do not think so. I do not think this has anything to do with that. So microtransactions existed, and so the fact that PS5 has made more money in 5 years than every PlayStation console that has ever existed combined means that even counting microtransactions, they are more profitable now than ever. Is somebody trying to argue that they're not profitable? I'm not sure. Corey says skins and stuff, which constantly updated. Is he arguing that they're not doing well? Agreed on top of sales? Oh, no, it seems like you guys are in agreement. Okay. I mean, maybe you're in agreement. I don't know. I feel like I'm catching a discussion, midstream. A $2 super chat from Forget Me Not says, what's the point of Switch ports if the PSP2 is coming? That's actually that's a really fair question, because there is a lot of speculation. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. There is a lot of speculation that there's going to be some kind of a PlayStation hardware. Yo, Feed is in the chat. Let's get this man Feed a badge. Come on, y'all. Let's get ahead of pace on the week, and let's get this man Feed a badge. Okay? Anyway, I forgot to add it's 95 to 10. There's a lot of speculation and rumor that there is going to be some type of a PlayStation handheld going forward, right? And the question is, well, why would you send anything to Switch if you're going to do that? Okay? I am purely speculating, by the way. I don't think we have any strong signal that they're going to, take Spider-Man to the Switch 2. I've just speculated that could be something that they do. Do you see? Sometimes I think we get in these discussions, and I speak really, really quickly, and people think that, I'm saying something that, is going to happen. And I'm like, no, but if they decide to put things on the Switch 2, I could see that being how they decide to do it. They could say, listen, we're not going to be able to put Ragnarok or Spider-Man 2 or Yote over there, but we could put Spider-Man 1 over there. We could put God of War 2018 over there. We could put, you know what I'm saying? And I think, again, the goal would be, especially, imagine they could get Spider-Man 1 to run well on the Switch 2. That's a lot of potential money. Spider-Man is globally very, very popular. Now, they would have to justify it by saying, we're not diluting our brand, we're not diluting some of our strongest property. This is well worth our efforts. I think that's fundamentally what they'd have to conclude. But they would also, I think, do it in a way where they wouldn't jeopardize their hardware. They wouldn't jeopardize the draw for, the future of the PlayStation 6 and everything they're doing with AMD and Project Amethyst. Is PlayStation trying to get people on Switch to Switch? No, and see, this is the dilemma, and this is the mistake that a lot of people made when they were looking at the PC situation. They're not looking for people to switch. There was a report that we looked at a while ago. I forget where it was or what we were talking about. There's a ton of overlap between PlayStation owners and Switch owners. So I think PlayStation, and again, this is just me speculating, if they thought this was worth doing, they wouldn't be thinking we're trying to get Switch owners to switch. They would be thinking we're trying to get added to their lineup in their home. If they don't want to wait on the next Spider-Man, if they don't want to wait on the next whatever, do you see what I'm saying? I think that's what they would be saying. They wouldn't be like, oh, we're trying to get Switch owners to switch. Haha, play on words. It would be more like, oh, we're trying to just get them to add. Big money, a lot of people on Switch. Oh, yeah. Think about it. Let's say that Switch 2 matches the saturation of the Switch 1, and they get to 150 million. You don't even need that many of them to do it. You really don't. Adoption's just as important. Right. 150 million people, and you get I don't know. Let's just say you get 5 million people. Somewhere between 5 and 10 million. To basically you know what? I'm going to buy a PlayStation because they brought a couple games over here, and they were really cool, and I don't feel like waiting. And, I like having gaming systems. People who are on Nintendo, man, they're gamers. They've been gaming a long time. A lot of the people that you're dealing with in the Nintendo funnel, they've been gaming for a long time. They're like me. I started gaming on a Coleco. So, they might say, yeah, I'm going to get one. You get 5 or 10 million people to do that. Again, this market that people are saying is stagnant and not growing, PlayStation would once again be boasting of new user acquisition. You see what I'm saying? 150 million, and you just get, I don't know, 5 million or so. Would you debate P-Rock on this subject? Yeah. I like Porter Rock. And I didn't get to watch all of his content, but what I saw, some of the things him saying on Twitter, yeah, I didn't agree with him. I see the situation very differently than him. Respect where respect is due. Porter Rock's been talking about this longer than I have, but So has King Thrash. A lot of people kept coming to me and saying, you're saying what Thrash said. You're saying what Thrash said. Thrash said this before you. And I was like, okay, well, respect where respect is due. Some of these guys were in the game before I was. I was covering Destiny for 5 years, okay? So if they wanted to start talking about Destiny, not now, but 2 or 3 years ago, if they wanted to start talking about Destiny, they'd be stepping into my neck of the woods, okay? I'm kind of stepping into their neck of the woods. I didn't talk about this stuff for the longest time. To be quite honest with you, I would much rather talk about games, but being as how I play lots of PlayStation games, I have been very prominent in saying I think PlayStation has this bright future. I thought this was perfectly relevant to talk about. So, but I don't agree with him. Yeah. The way I said it earlier is the analogy is they saw what happened to Xbox, and to them, it was like a fire. And it's like, this is how I said it. It's like somebody surviving a fire and then they smell burnt toast and they're like, oh, there's a fire. And it's like, well, no, it smells similar, but it's not the same in severity at all. Your house burning to the ground is quite severe. For many people, that's what happened to Xbox. The entire edifice of the brand has been burned to the ground. It is not what it once was. It is not a console-centric platform. It doesn't care about exclusives. It doesn't care about the primary console users are very much way back in the back seat. They just don't matter, right? They're not in the front seat anymore. They're in the back seat. They've taken a back seat. Well, people think that that's what happened to Xbox, and they think this is the beginning of that. I think it's burnt toast. It's like, yeah, it smells the same, but it ain't the same. A job posting is not the same as a CFO saying you're going to see a change in strategy. When you hear those words, that's why covering that at that time was so infuriating. When you hear a CFO say those words, you're going to see a change in strategy. PlayStation and Nintendo were formerly considered competitors. Brothers. That is significant. I've seen nothing of that level of significance from Sony. Nothing. Nothing's even close. In fact, they are saying the opposite. They just 30 days ago, just in June, they answered these questions. And I got to look this up again. I got to look up the pronunciation of what I've been saying is Hideaki. Hideaki. I might be enunciating it wrong. That's what I'm seeing the phonetics on Google. Right, here we go. Let me unmute my browser.
Hideaki.
See, I'm never going to do that.
Hideaki.
That's going to sound offensive for me to put on an accent. Hideaki. I think what I've been saying is acceptable. I think it's an acceptable pronunciation. I'm going to give myself some grace here. As far as bad pronunciations go, okay. Hideaki Nishino. Okay. So it goes up. Hideaki. I was saying Hideaki. Okay, Hideaki Nishino. He answered this question 30 days, like a little bit more than 30 days ago, I should say. You don't do the accent? Yeah, it might sound offensive for me to put on an accent. You know what I mean? Who are those two guys that do the podcast where they're friends and the one of them's Asian and the other's he's like a ginger, and he's like, I don't like when you do the accent, it's offensive to me. And it's a bit, obviously, and he does it and he hits a little gong. Oh my gosh, those guys are a hoot. Anytime I see them on Talk, I watch. They are so funny. Bad Friends, yeah, they are great. They are so funny. Oh my gosh. That is good content. It really, really is. Yeah. It's Bobby and what's the other guy's name? It's great. It's good stuff. He can do it. That would be a bad idea. Okay. Okay, let's take some of these questions. Keep using the question command and keep hitting the like button as well. The like button helps me out. Wouldn't part of the responsibility of this new position to be assess the necessity for hiring for multi-platform development? No, because that's not in the job description. So the job description is commercial. It's not infrastructural. Like, it's not, they're basically analyzing the profitability of the games when they land. So what they're doing is they're looking at games out of year in other digital markets and saying, how profitable are they? They're also an account manager. So they're negotiating with the other platforms on release timing, price, revenue split, any kind of promotional thing like, hey, Steam, are you going to put us on that front page, the week of our launch, the day of our launch, blah, blah, whatever. So there's nothing in the job description that indicates they would be like hiring and increasing like, oh yeah, we're going to help Insomniac become a multi-plat developer. Does that make sense? Like, that's where I think a lot of people, again, misfired on the job and the job description. It is a commercial account management position. It is not like marking some change where they're going to like walk in the room and be like, yep, Insomniac, I'm in charge, and you're now a multi-plat developer. Like, that doesn't... There's nothing in the job description that would encapsulate that. So, you think Sony will follow Xbox's strategy? I don't think so. I have yet to be compelled that they're going that way. They literally just said last month they're not doing that, and they are not changing. They were specifically asked about this. Their strategy versus Microsoft's. I mean, specifically, they were asked about this very thing. It's remarkable to me how that is so absent from the coverage out there. Listen to me. I'm not going to be inflammatory about this. I'm tempted to be, but I'm not. This is what you need to do. Anybody tweeting about this, anybody making videos, podcasts, or the like, just ask them a simple question. What do you make of Hideaki Nishino's comments in June of this year? Just a month ago, he spoke to this precise question. Just ask them, what do you think of his comments? If they're not including that, if they don't have any commentary on that, you're getting very lopsided coverage. And you should then be asking a second question almost internally. Why is this person keeping this out of the frame? Why is this individual not giving me the full picture? Do they not want me to know that what they're saying doesn't really line up with what Nishino said? Do they not want me to know that what they're saying doesn't really line up with what Herman Hulst said? If they're reductive, Broken Lobo, and they say that suits lie, then I guess there's no way to know anything. Why don't you ask them? I don't have any interest in interacting with people who speak in those ways. I don't think it's profitable. I know there are people here that do. If you're interacting with them on Twitter, you're showing up to their shows or commenting on their channels, that's just what you ask them. Hideaki Nishino spoke to this last month in June. He was specifically asked about copying Microsoft's strategy, and he said, no urgent need to pivot to that. We're not doing that. Holst spoke to the exact same thing. A lot of the articles have his comments as well. You know why it's not being included in the coverage. You know why, and I know why. But the best thing to do, rather than be combative, is just ask them about it. Personally, I don't think it matters in the end. It'll all end up in the same place, just arrive there at different times. Oh, I don't agree with that. I don't think any of the PlayStation Studios games that are like pushing graphics and tech are going to end up on the Switch. So no, I think, again, that's just very reductionistic and just too sweeping to be true. There's no way. I don't believe that for a second. Do you think a game being built for the PlayStation 6 you're going to put that on the Switch too? Like, come on. I just don't think so. I don't think that's reasonable to think. Tyler with a $5 super chat. Reason for PlayStation to consider games to Xbox after Xbox's PC. Maintaining relationship with Xbox cut is just 12%. If Play Anywhere is supported instead of 30. Okay, yeah, that makes sense why a lot of people were saying that they thought that was what was going to happen. That like Microsoft would negotiate and say that they were going to negotiate and try and get these games into like the Xbox launcher. Literally false? Like what's literally false? What are you talking about? You think that like a PlayStation 6 exclusive is going to come to the Switch? The next Xbox will have access to Steam. So yes, Tlu will be on the Xbox. Oh, I don't think you're talking to me. Saying that everything will end up in the same place, I just don't think it's true given the Switch 2's in the market. And yeah, I mean, yes, Windows gaming devices, as far as we can tell, will have access to Steam, for sure. Do you have proof that Sony said they're not copying Microsoft's strategy? I do have proof, an interview that took place in June. It's in my video coming later today. It took me 30 seconds and Google to find it. It's not even old. The headline is literally, don't expect PlayStation's PC strategy to change anytime soon, because Hideaki Nishino was specifically asked about this. It's all there in the public. Anybody covering this who's posturing like gaming press should have put this in front of you. I don't know what to tell you. This gets to the point where I think people are doing the same thing. That's why I said it's very ironic and also very hypocritical. They're doing the exact same thing that they did whenever the CFO said what he said. They're acting like it doesn't exist. You don't see it on Google? It's a GameSpot article. I'm not going to sit here and put things on the screen that are in a video that is being edited right now. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to cannibalize one of the more poignant parts of my video. I'm not doing that. We have a delicate balance here of like, I try to do live streams, but I also have to do uploads because live streams have not been doing very well on YouTube for this year, and we're not quite sure why. So I have to protect my uploads. I can't just sit here and show you everything from the upload. I put a ton of work into it yesterday, and my editor's right now working on it. Do you think I'm just going to sit here and lie and like my video is going to go out and it's not going to have that in there? Like, it's available. I showed the headline earlier in the stream. It's an article by GameSpot. If that help, I think it's GameSpot. If that helps you find it. Yeah, it's an article by GameSpot. Don't expect PlayStation's current PC port strategy to change anytime soon. Right here, June 13th, 2025. Barely over a month old. I'm not going to show you the quotes because I got a video that we worked on. I'm not cannibalizing my video. Wilbur, thank you so much for the super chat and for rolling over the goal. You love to see it. Every 5 super chats, I gift a member. Currently, I owe you guys 12 members. CEOs all lie. Phil Spencer lied many times about multi-platform. Lying to shareholders is far different than using corporate doublespeak on a podcast, Henry. As evidence to what you're saying, the CFO of Xbox told everybody they were going to do this in the end of 2023. Satya told the shareholders they were going to do this in the beginning of 2024, and nobody frickin' believed it. They told the shareholders what they were doing. Yeah, Phil Spencer can sit on a podcast and play doublespeak with the public and play him like a dadgum fiddle, and he did it expertly. I swear I'm not doing it. I'm not getting ramped up. But it's uniquely frustrating. I covered all of this. And was maligned every time as being some kind of a delusional pony. And it's like, brothers, when the CFO said what he said, all Phil Spencer had to do was an interview with Windows Central, and he said, we have no plans to put Game Pass on PlayStation and Nintendo, and he satiated the public like a master. Like an absolute puppet master. What did people do? They ignored what was said in a shareholders environment, in an investors environment. They ignored it. Why? Well, because Phil Spencer did an interview with Windows Central where he did not answer the question. The irony of ignoring what the CFO said and what Satya said, and now you're going to do the same thing? You're going to ignore Herman Hulst, you're going to ignore Hideaki Nishino, you're just going to ignore what they say, and a job posting is the smoking gun? You could cut the irony and the hypocrisy with a knife. It's so thick. It's so thick. It's right there. What motivation would these men have to lie? It doesn't make any sense. I always said this back in the day. The reason that I told people it was more important to listen to the CFO and Satya is because you can't lie to shareholders. They spoke clearly, they spoke plainly about what was coming. And you're not going to have Hulse and Nishino lying in firesides, Q&As, and shareholders calls because there's no reason to do that. I broke this down earlier, logically. Track with the logic of what many people are saying. Well, they're going to have to put the games in more places because the budgets are too expensive and it's the best way to make back their profit. This is where the industry's going. Okay, let's grant that premise. I think it's incredibly faulty and erroneous, but let's just grant it. Let's just say it's correct. They would have very, and I mean very strong motivation to say that to the publishers. The shareholders. They would have a very strong motivation to say that to the shareholders. They would say, listen, we've crunched the numbers. We got to start putting these games on other platforms day and date to maximize profit. And the shareholders would say, thank you. Thank you for being in tune to market conditions and profitability and margins because that matters to us. Lying to them would be absolutely destructive and they would run the risk of being sued, fired, maybe even jail time. I don't know how that works. But like massive, massive career risk. For what purpose? Why would they lie? Multiplat doesn't equal more money. Yeah, doesn't that make it interesting? All the platitudes about, well, when you go multi-platform, you automatically make more money doesn't seem to be true because they're not doing that. They're not shifting to that. Neither is Nintendo. Isn't it interesting that the two strongest console platforms in the market are not saying that? Isn't it interesting that all of those platitudes and all those statements about that are not echoed by the two market leaders? They're not saying that. I got it in. So you don't think Sony will put older games on Xbox? I have speculated that they might. Like PS4 games, right? Like a 2018 God of War or like a Spider-Man 1. But again, I think the dilemma with doing that is you're just giving those people more reason to stay put. You're just giving them more reason to stay put. Helldivers is different because if you get Helldivers, play Helldivers like Helldivers, and you eventually land on PlayStation, that's an ongoing game that you would then re-engage with potentially. That's not really true for a single-player tentpole. You're going to kind of play it and be done. You're not going to be like, well, now I have reason to go over there because I would still get value out of this game. No, you wouldn't, because it wouldn't be in your library. I think it would be antithetical to Sony's aims to do that. I think you're just giving Xbox people more reason to stay put. I think right now they're wanting to see people come to their side. And the best way to motivate them, don't give them any of the tentpoles. No way. Now, if they have the choice between an Xbox PC hybrid that can play these games on Steam or buy a PlayStation, that is no different than the current situation that PlayStation is in. I don't think they're concerned with like, well, if people are choosing between PC and us, maybe we shouldn't be, porting games over there because then they might not buy a PlayStation. Their goal with those games going later are to maximize profitability and maybe motivate people to come to the console for a sequel. You admit that Sony's trending towards Xbox's motto? No, I see no signs that I see no signs that Sony's following Xbox in any way. Nishino took a question about this very question just last month, and he said, "We are not following their strategy. We see no urgent need to pivot." They're saying the opposite. So no, I'm not admitting this thing that you're attempting to force. That like, oh yeah, they're following Xbox. No. They haven't indicated that at all. It means Helldivers 3 will be day and date in as many places as possible. By the time Helldivers 3 comes out, DJ Shenanigan, I think Helldivers 3 will be on PC and PlayStation. Because I think the future of Xbox hardware is a Windows gaming device that will be viewed as a PC. It will be able to play the PC version of these games. Does that make sense? If they design Helldivers 3 for PC and PlayStation, the PC version will run on these Windows gaming devices. They're going. It's either like a handheld Windows gaming device or like this console PC hybrid. It'll be able to play them. You won't need. Think of it this way. Moore's Law covered this. The Xbox ROG Ally X from Asus that's coming this year, it doesn't have a dev kit. Do you want to know why it doesn't have a dev kit? Because it's a Windows gaming device. It doesn't need a dev kit. I believe that will ring true for future hardware from Xbox. You won't need a dev kit. It will be a Windows gaming device. That's why Sarah Bond said, we want Windows to be the biggest gaming platform. That's why she said that. If anything, it's going to help the first-party Xbox studios develop because now they're no longer needing Xbox dev kits. They're just building for PC and PlayStation and maybe Nintendo. It shrinks their needed platform, prowess and development. They don't have to develop for an Xbox dev kit. There won't be an Xbox dev kit anymore. They'll be Windows gaming devices. So, listen. If I'm wrong, we'll know from upcoming shareholders' calls. They'll come out and say, yeah, we've completely changed strategies. Yeah, we're completely changing. We're going to start putting games day and date everywhere. Like that, if as someone's saying, like, this is a 4 games moment, if that's true, we'll have more evidence than a job posting. RPG over Mortal? I've never heard of this game. I'll have to look at that later. Kino Man Sky says, you probably already answered this, but Sony will port more games to Xbox, shows that they struggle to not make profit, but have enough growth for shareholders post-COVID. It doesn't indicate any of this. What you're saying is false. They have not indicated a lack of profit or struggle to make profit. It's their most profitable generation ever. Their games have sold incredibly well. They haven't said any of this. They've not indicated any of this. Maximizing profitability is not the same as, well, we're struggling to hit profit. That's a misinterpretation of anything that Totoki has said. When Totoki's talking about like maximizing profitability of something, he's not saying, well, we're struggling to hit profit, so we better put these games in other places. If I was a shareholder seeing Sea of Thieves top PlayStation sales and Gears top of pre-orders, I'd be like, what are y'all doing? And I think they would respond and say, we're making tons of money by being the premier platform to launch games on. I would say, we have a healthy ecosystem of consumers that spend lots of money. That would be my reply to you, FCAT. Like, if I was a C-suite and you shot that question at me, I'm like, what do you mean, what are we doing? We're a premier platform. We did so well that Xbox is bringing its games to us. We've done so well fostering an ecosystem of people who purchase games. We've got people buying these games hand over fist, and they're not even ours. We've spent no money on them. We didn't market them. We didn't develop them. We don't have any of the operational costs of the studios. This is profit for us. What do you mean? They want more growth? Is there enough growth for shareholders? Recent reports showed a record monthly active user number. Recent reports showed new user acquisitions. See, you're asking about growth for shareholders, and you've done no research into the matter. So I don't think your interest is genuine. I think that you're attempting to insinuate something which betrays the fact that you've not looked into it. If you would have looked into it, you would know that they have boasted of very, very good numbers. They to tell the shareholders everything that they've said, you're posturing literally like you've not read a single article on it, which, again, betrays that you don't care. You're just asking to insinuate things. You're asking questions to discuss it. I don't think your interest is genuine because you would have looked into this prior to now. And also, you're here on a regular basis, and you've heard me say all these things before. You've never heard me say they broke MAU records. You've never heard me say that 20 to 30% of the PS5s in circulation are brand new users. You've never heard me say this is their most profitable generation yet. You've never heard me say that they're on pace with the PS4 without a mid-gen sale. You've never heard me say any of that? This is your first day here for one of these discussions. You don't think they've posted enough growth for shareholders. I mean it. I don't think your interest is genuine. You've been here enough to know everything I just rattled off, because we've rattled these things off since December. For 7 months, we have talked about the notion that PlayStation's not doing well is absurd and false. It's just absurd. It's peddled in a way that is never honest. It's a thing where, so this is the argumentation tactic of the internet. Presumed unbacked negative. PlayStation's doing bad. If you argue against this, you're coping. You're seething, you're molding, you're coping. Okay, but you haven't even established this negative. You've just presumed it and assumed it. It's not backed by facts. It's not backed by evidence. It's not backed by revenue reports. It's not backed by anything. It's just presumed, and because it's presumed, well, if you argue against it, this is a fact in my world. Right? In my world, this is a fact. PlayStation's doing poorly, and they're not having enough growth, and they're struggling to make profit. And if I argue against that, and I cite the stats, and I cite the earnings reports, and I cite the shareholders' calls, you'll say, people will say, "Oh, he's coping." Coping with what exactly? Refusing to live in your delusional world is not coping. Like, if somebody came to me and they were like, "I'm a glass of orange juice, please don't bump into me," I'd be like, I'm not indulging that. Are you crazy? No, I'm not indulging that. No. I'm not indulging this fantasy. I'm just pointing to the facts. They have done incredibly well. That's just a literal fact. If they're considering to port even more, they're considering changing strategy with exclusivity. You don't understand what I'm asking? No, you're asking things in a way where you assert things that aren't true. You bake in false assertions in your questions. You just said, if they're considering porting even more, they're considering changing strategy with exclusivity. Not true. They're not considering changing strategy with exclusivity. Just last month, they were asked about this specific thing. Pivoting their strategy, pivoting to follow Xbox, and they said they're not doing that. They have reiterated that their strategy with bringing games to other platforms is not the same. That's not what they're doing. Those tentpole titles are there to show off the PS5. They go to PC later. They're not day and date. They have really, really stressed that time and time again. There's like 4 different instances where this has been stressed by Herman Holst. Changing strategy compared to last gen. So when you say changing strategy, I'm supposed to understand that you mean compared to last gen. Homie, they had been doing this entire gen, so it would be odd to say they're changing strategy. They're 5 years into the gen. You're you're talking as if they're changing strategy right now. Like, no. If you're invoking changing strategy, it would stand to reason you're talking about changing from what they're doing right now. Not that they're changing from what they did last gen. We haven't been in last gen for 5 years. That's an incredibly confusing way to communicate. If I was a Sony shareholder, I'd be really happy with PlayStation's revenue, especially now that they're making more money from the Xbox ports. Yeah, it would be like a restaurant beating another restaurant into submission, and then like they start bringing their products over to you to sell. It's like, well, thanks. We'll just make more money. He's in denial. Justo, who are you speaking about being in denial? Are you talking about the guy in chat? Games coming to Xbox is already a change in strategy. A live service game is not. Other games, yes. Other games, I would admit, that's a change. If they determine that they can put like older PlayStation games on like Xbox or whatever, they would say, yeah, that's a change in strategy. They would say, we see that platform as a market worth taking our property to. The way that they assess that with PC. So when they looked at PC, Capcom did a similar thing with PC. They saw growth potential on the PC market. And then obviously executives are going to look to Sony and say the same thing. They're like, well, these trajectories for the PC market seem incredibly strong. What are we doing to capitalize there? And PlayStation comes up with a strategy to say we can actually tap into that market in a way that doesn't work against our aims with our actual hardware. Because as a tech-centric company, they have to be very careful that they don't undercut everything they've spent money researching and building. Like, that's why Mark Cerny working with AMD, to me, is a very strong signal. They are continuing to identify as a console platform first with respect to PlayStation. Not Sony corporate. But when they look at PlayStation, they're like, it's a console platform first. The investment with AMD and Mark Cerny, I think, signals that very strongly, okay? So it's a delicate thing, but they certainly responded to the PC market and said, we haven't really done this before, but the signs of growth are enormous over there. We need to be tapping into that. As Hiroki Totoki indicated, you can really increase profitability of a piece of property. Shuhei Yoshida spoke to this as well with respect to how inexpensive it is in the grand scheme of things. Like, if you look at the total budget for something like God of War, and then you look at the cost to port it, the cost to port it is so small. So it's such an easy way to make money, and they see it as a great avenue to maybe coax people over to their platform because they know the hardware reports. They know that like half of the people on PC don't even have rigs that are that strong. Okay. So you are right. They could look at Xbox and think, we're changing strategy again. That platform has completely shifted identity. They've completely shifted their purpose and their aims. They negotiated bringing Helldivers over with us. We think we've got a very, very good picture of where they're headed. We could start to put games over there right now, and it wouldn't be a threat at all. Do you see? Like, that 100% could happen. Yo, Pugs. Lord, it finally happened. I currently hate Destiny. Hope you're good, homie. Thank you for 49 months, Pugs. Sorry it took that long for you to hate Destiny. But I guess that means you had a long run with them, so that's probably worth celebrating. My personal opinion on it, I don't know what they're going to do. My personal opinion, I look at games like Yote. Okay, we're in the second half of the gen. And I look at a game like Yote, and I don't see any value in giving Yote to Series X and S like 2 years from now. I could be wrong. PlayStation could view it completely differently than me, but currently the way I look at it, I'm like, I don't think they would do that. I don't think they want to give anybody on Xbox any more reason to stay put, and that's what that would do. They'd be like, well, I can stay put. They're going to continue to give me games over here that I couldn't get before. The strongest way you can convince those Xbox guys in the last couple years of the gen, as we're entering them, right? We know this like console hybrids coming out. I think PlayStation's strongest offer are games that they can't play. If you can't get, let's say Wolverine. Wolverine comes out and you can't get it on that console hybrid, and you can't get it on that Xbox, and you can only get it on PlayStation. That's gonna be a potential win. Like, that'll be a potential person saying, I'm kind of torn here because the Xbox games have been going to PlayStation for a couple of years. Well, not a couple of years. By the time that happens, like 4 or 5 years, and they continue to put their games on PlayStation. I think that would be a really strong reason for PlayStation to say no. I feel like console hybrid's an oxymoron. Well, I think it's an easy way to describe like what essentially would be like a PC. But I think when we say console hybrid, Hoodrich, the reason we're saying that is it would be like a very simplified thing to put into your living room. Like, you go to the store right now, like these PCs that are sitting next to me, and you see the tower and the RGB and the fans, and that's going to stigmatize people. They're going to be like, I don't want that. You see like a black form factor box that says Xbox on it, and you and I both know that it's basically a PC. But to the consumer that's like ordering it from a trailer, website, pre-order, Amazon, or they're in a retail store, they're in a brick and mortar store, they're going to say, hey man, that looks like a console to me. I've been on Xbox for X number of years, or, I've been playing since the Nintendo. They're going to see it as like, oh yeah, that's a console. I think the biggest question mark for it is the price more than anything, because I think that's one area where they could end up really struggling to get people, because it might be too expensive to go from like the $300 and $500 Series S X era to something that's more, with all of the bluster that we got over the PS5 Pro at $700. Well, you better hope this thing's not at that or higher, because that'll be an interesting turn of events. PS5 is more of a hybrid console than Xbox. I'm not sure why you're using the word hybrid. You'd have to expand on what you mean. How do you think that the PS5 is more of a hybrid console? Wait, what's Tyler saying? This is literally what Herman said during a business update video version. And by doing so, we'll maintain a strong relationship with the biggest publisher. Herman Hulse recently actually stressed how the games no longer are to entice individuals to come to the console, and is now trying to reach more players in returns. The interview that I read, he said that they view those tentpole titles to show off the PS5. I think you're creating a false, given the context of what he's saying, I need to know what he was talking about, because if they're talking about the shift and focusing to like maximizing the profitability of the MAU, that's not the same as like the purpose of a tentpole title. I believe recently he reiterated that tentpole titles are to show off the PS5, and that games going to PC can serve as an enticement point to maybe buying the console for a sequel. I don't see how either console is a hybrid. We're talking future tense when we say Xbox console hybrid. The future of that is like, we're imagining the next piece of hardware that they bring to the market that's not the Asus ROG Ally X. I need to find the exact quote. I'm not attempting to stir things up. No, I know you're not trying to stir things up. I again need to know the context, because I do think sometimes people rip things from context, and then the statement doesn't make sense. When you read it in context, he could have been speaking to, when you're in the second half of a gen, you shift to focusing on MAU. You do. You shift it because it's like, well, now from here on out, the consoles are going to, that's their apex. They're gonna come down in sales, year over year, quarter over quarter. Now GTA 6 might change that, but by and large, that's the strategy shift. You get halfway through the gen, and then you shift to focusing on maximizing the profitability of every individual user. Your MAUs, your monthly active users. He may have been speaking about that. I just read statements from him about how the tentpole titles are meant to show off the hardware. They're meant to show off the PS5. That's part of their goal. They're treated very intentionally because of that. Here's a good question on this subject. Petrov asks a question. Guys, make sure you're smashing the like button. Make sure you're hitting the subscribe. I am a Safe for Work broadcaster. I stream here on YouTube as well as Purple Monday through Friday, and I keep it safe for work. You guys can throw me on in the background of your day like a podcast. Even if you don't agree with me, it's a lively discussion. We try to keep it respectful. And so what Petrov is asking here is, do you think Sony is going to have a PSN store on PC? I'm still torn on this one. I really am. But given the future that we're imagining, okay, where you buy a device and it can have a Steam launcher, Epic launcher, Xbox launcher, okay, and anybody who buys a PlayStation game there, you're revenue splitting with, it might be reasonable to have a PlayStation PC launcher. It might be reasonable. You're not revenue splitting with Epic, Steam, or Xbox. And you're like, yeah, but who's going to do it? Well, if the landscape is shifting and people are leaning into these Windows gaming devices more and more, it would stand to reason there's a portion of the audience that would say, I've got a PlayStation account. I'll use the launcher. My stuff will be there. My trophies will be there. If the PSN linking didn't go well, you can't expect a launcher. I don't believe those things are on the same playing field because PSN linking was rejected by a Steam user base. We're talking about a potential user base who would be more open to using multiple launchers. Like an Xbox user who's like, yeah, I don't mind having multiple launchers. They're just kind of more accustomed to it. Or a PlayStation user who buys a Windows gaming device handheld. They might use a PlayStation launcher because it would have their stuff, their logins, their trophies. There are people that would. I don't think it's equal to the people on Steam that got really angry about the PSN login. They'd be like, I don't want to do that. The Steam user base is very persnickety about that. You sign into the launcher, you don't sign into every game, like what Wired Rope is saying. People that already have a PlayStation login, yeah, I mean, again, I still don't know if it's a good idea, but PlayStation might just see it as another opportunity to maximize profit. PC is Steam mostly, though? No. But think about the future that we're predicting. You're acting like things are staying static. We're entertaining a future where there are Windows gaming devices, handhelds, a console PC hybrid that would appeal potentially to users who are not averse to other launchers. Do you see the point? Like, yes, the Steam user base is like, I'm not doing that. There's a lot of other people. Think, for example, about the 30 million people who have Series X's and S's right now, right? They might be like, hey, I don't care. I don't care where I buy the game. I don't care if I have to buy it in Epic or Steam or the Xbox app. Do you see? Like, they might not care. They might be like, well, why would I care? Now, the dudes that are dyed in the wool, ride or die, long-standing library with Steam, they would be like, I'm not moving. I'm not opening another launcher. Is there a lot of people like that? I feel like you don't argue or discuss in good faith. Like, you just don't listen. It's like you're intentionally trying to frustrate me. I just said there are 30 million people on Series X and S. Did you hear when I said that? That's a very important part of an ongoing discussion. Instead of flat tiring the discussion and make me repeat myself, did you hear me say that? Because if you did, that's a lot of people, I'm going to say it again, that might not think about launchers in the way that the Steam people do. Did you hear what I said? If you did, then please don't do this weird bad faith thing where you make me repeat myself, brother. It's exhausting. It makes it feel like you have an agenda here to be disruptive. I made that point very clearly. It was very easy to understand. I speak very well. I don't mumble. There are lots of people on Xbox that are going to be looking at these Windows gaming devices like handhelds and such who might think differently about launchers. I'm not saying that Steam people are going to do it. They are very much like a one launcher, user. But there's a lot of Xbox guys that are going to be entertaining new hardware in the coming years, whether it's a console PC hybrid or a handheld. And they're going to look at launchers maybe very differently and be like, I don't care. Pronounce this name. Matera. Matter of fact. This is why I argued with P-Rock and M for hours about this. We have to speak through the lens of a specific console warrior mentality, and that is not representative of the market as a whole. Aren't Xbox 30 million to 50 users? Oh, I'm just talking about people who own a Series X and an S. Yeah. I'm just talking about people who own a Series X and an S. There's a roughly like 30 million. Yeah. Like, this is the way I'm looking at it, Cyber. I think a lot of those guys that are on Series X and S are going to be looking at like the Asus ROG Ally X handheld, this future console hybrid, and they might boot up a system like that. So I just want you to picture in your mind a consumer who has a Series X, and they go from the Series X to this console PC hybrid. Let's just say that's what they do. They buy the new hybrid, okay, and they turn it on. And they see the Steam launcher, the Epic launcher, the Xbox app, and let's just say they see a PlayStation launcher, okay? They might think differently about those launchers compared to like a diehard Steam guy. They might be like, who cares? They might view them as like they're just storefronts. They're like, well, PlayStation has their storefront and Steam and Epic, and, you know, I just open the various storefronts and I just check for deals and sales, you know. Epic has free games all of the time. Steam has crazy sales all of the time. Maybe PlayStation, hypothetical, maybe PlayStation has a launcher and the games come there first. When they do PC ports, they're like, yeah, we're going to put them in our launcher for, you know, a week early, 2 weeks early, a month early. I don't know. I don't mean to stir things up. I feel it's challenging to discuss things with chat messages on my tablet. You having an issue typing is not the issue. It seems like sometimes you don't listen to what I say. You're like, are there really that many people? I had just said, because it's like I anticipated that in the discussion. I was like, yeah, there's like 30 million people, brother, on Xbox who may think differently about opening a launcher. The Steam boys, they ain't doing it. They ain't doing it. They don't even want to make a login with PlayStation, let alone open up another launcher, okay? They're not doing it. But that Xbox user base, they might think differently about it. If they view those launchers as storefronts, they're not going to have this like baked in rejection of it. Like, I'm not opening up another launcher. They might not even care. Especially, think of the benefit to them. They have their Game Pass through the Xbox app, and then they can open up the Epic Game Store anytime they're doing free games. Dude, they're doing free games all of the dadgum time. They're doing them all the time. I got the quote. This is directly from the PlayStation Update meeting video. Okay. If it's too long, you might have to do it in pieces, because YouTube will automatically not let you... Okay, it came through. Totoki-san has said the role of PlayStation Studios have changed from that of a platform enabler and marketing tool to a profit goal driver. What has changed to increase profits? Right, and I believe that was signaled as they were focusing on MAU, which I believe makes sense in the second half of the gen. Right? You're no longer trying to you're not moving a platform with those titles anymore. They're about profit. It's all about MAU in the second half of the gen. Now, track with me here. That will not be true when they launch the PlayStation 6. The PlayStation 6, they will be leveraging studios for platform enablement and platform sales, because that matters in the first 4 to 5 years of a gen coming into existence. This was the question the dude with the glasses asked the CEO. Yeah. No, I know what you're referring to, because when Totoki said this, the shift to focus on MAU is exactly what you do when you're halfway through the gen. You see, like, right now, their focus, and this doesn't stay this way, like, this is something I think also people forget. People are like, well, strategies change all the time. You're correct. The shift to MAU makes perfectly good sense. We're in the second half of the gen. This is when the sales trajectory of the console goes like this, and then it'll slowly come down. They're going to have to do the same thing when the PlayStation 6 comes out. Think about it like this. Why do you think when they were casting Vision for PS5, they threw Wolverine in with Spider-Man 2? Remember the cinematic trailer? And everybody's really annoyed because it's been such a long time. What were they doing? They were leveraging studios and property to enable the platform. They wanted people to buy the PlayStation 5. They're going to do the same thing with the 6. They'll start to leverage. The timing might play out here. This is something that I speculated in my PlayStation Next 4 Years video. I speculated that, like, you could see the next mainline God of War, Horizon, and Spider-Man 3 be part of the lineup for PlayStation 6. They could still be cross-gen, but they could be part of that lineup. They would once again then be reverting to a strategy of saying, our first-party studios and games, we got to get that platform in circulation. They are a tech company. They're a tech company. They are not going to shy away from being like, we have spent a ton of money with AMD, Project Amethyst, machine learning in this PlayStation 6. They're going to want to move units. MAU always matters, but they're going to shift back to focusing on, we've got to move units. We've got to sell these consoles. That doesn't like evaporate into thin air. Sorry, they're a hardware company. I keep making that mistake. Hardware versus software, right. They're a hardware company. They want to sell hardware. That's why when you listen to them talk about the tentpole titles, that's why they say, this is to show off the PS5, because they're a hardware company. They're trying to get that hardware to move. I'd say next gen won't be focused on platform enablement as long, first 3 years. Why do you think it'll be shorter? What makes you think that it'll be a shorter window? Kalen says, I'm looking at it from a console standpoint. If the PS5 can play all Sony games, plus most of the Xbox games, it's pretty much, oh, I see what you're saying. I just think it's confusing to call it a hybrid, because it's functionally not. Library-wise, I see what you're saying. The problem with calling it a hybrid with respect to even the library is there is an ocean of Steam games you don't have access to. I mean, an ocean. TVs, stereos, consoles, and movies and games to sell those items. Yeah. 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 They don't do their own tech. They buy designs from other companies. Are you arguing that Sony doesn't do their own tech? They don't do their own hardware? Why are you saying that? Is this because of they use like AMD parts? Or they're partner with AMD? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Titoki doesn't deserve the lead PlayStation. He didn't build it up to where it is. That's really good because he's not. That's not his position. It's Nishino and Holst. I posted a short vid from Nishino in your Discord. Look what I found. Oh. I couldn't hear myself. That's the worst when I put headphones on. Is this AI? If it's AI, please don't do that to me.
The platform and studio businesses are the organizational pillars that allow us to deliver for players and creators. Tightly interconnected components which have each powered our success and are fundamental for us to continue executing successfully. Now turning to the platform business. The PlayStation console is the gateway to a lifetime of player engagement and value. A deep and diverse library of first and third-party content, a valuable and compelling subscription service, and the peripherals that enhance the experience. Our platform is stronger than ever. We continue to attract more players, and we now have over 124 million monthly active users. Through the wide range of content and services we provide, these players are more engaged than ever, which has resulted in a record high gameplay hours. Our platform is also more accessible than ever. The PlayStation 5 offers the best way for players to experience our content, and as such, this player base has continued to grow. These players are highly engaged, spending more on the content and services than in prior generations. However, the PlayStation 4 remains an important access point for existing players to experience our content and services, and we remain committed to serving them.
So the most important thing that I pulled out of this was in this part.
It's the gateway to a lifetime of player engagement and value. A deep and diverse library of first and third-party content, a valuable and compelling subscription.
Do you see how he said a deep and variable library of first and third-party content? They don't view third-party in the way that we do. As somebody was indicating earlier that, like, well, they got all those games up at the top of the sales charts. You know, I'd have some serious questions. Nishino's telling you. He's like, the PlayStation is the gateway to a lifetime of spending, and one of the ways we get that is we've got this super deep library of first and third-party. They don't view third party as a threat. It's one of the engines on the dadgum plane. It's like that is not a threat to what we do. It's not a disruption problem or a worry when third party's topping the charts for us. Third party being at the top has always been a thing for PlayStation. I don't get why people now see it as a threat. I think because so many people, and this is what Corey was getting at a little bit ago, so many people view the things through the lens of the console war. It's like they can't unsee the console war. So they see an Xbox title at the top of a sales chart and they feel like, oh yeah, that's gotta suck for PlayStation. No, not at all. Do you have any idea how cocky they probably feel walking into these earnings calls with, an entire infrastructure of studios and operational costs that we don't have a thing to do with is just over here topping the sales charts for us? They're whistling Dixie. They're like, this is great. I hope Microsoft and Xbox have considered the next-gen hardware will potentially run into these issues PCs experience the native home consoles don't. Oh, that is a concern, isn't it? Here's why it shouldn't be too bad, Tyler. It'll still be like a preset piece of hardware. Like they'll know what's in there ahead of time, right? It's not like they're going to be like, it's not random configurations. Does that make sense? Loot says, do people not realize the PS3 gen was dominated by games like COD and Assassin's Creed? I again think many people see everything through the lens of the console war. And they actually think that Xbox having games at the top of the sales charts is some kind of a win for Xbox and like a blow to PlayStation. They're both benefiting from that. Like both. Like Xbox is saying, well, our publishing efforts are being very rewarded by the largest console platform out there because they can't take all these games to Switch. Switch is larger, but they know as far as like an adjacent console for a lot of their property, that PlayStation's the biggest. And they're like, yeah, this is great. And PlayStation's probably thinking the same dadgum thing. Wow, one of the largest property owners out there is bringing their stuff over here, and it's selling like crazy. This is wonderful. Nobody is walking away from that deal feeling like anger, embarrassment, or like, oh man, we're getting beat up here. I think they're all celebrating. They're all celebrating. They're probably in the background thinking, we crushed it. Like we brought the heat here. We won. They're both saying that. Like I mean it. I don't think either of them are walking away from this deal feeling like, yeah, this didn't work out well at all. I'd still imagine the Xbox PC would have some increased risk of Windows PC bugs. Oh, always. Tyler, that's why they said recently, they basically said this. They're shifting away from making their own hardware because they canceled that handheld or whatever that they were going to make themselves. They want to focus on the operating system. They want that operating system stripped down, lightweight. They want it to be the number one gaming platform. So they want you to be able to go to, a cloud ecosystem through your TV, Fire Stick, tablet, or phone. They want you to be able to buy a handheld. They want you to be able to buy this console hybrid. And they want that operating system to just be really nice. They want it to be the biggest platform. So you're going to have to strip it down and make it very, very conducive to either, game development, drivers, things like that. I would imagine that's why they're shifting to that operating system focus, because they, with what Steam's got going, if they want a handheld, that is going to compete, I would say you're going to want to see, the operating system become, significantly more streamlined. Personally, I don't think Sony fully trusts Microsoft with the COD IP. I bet that they don't want to be in a position where they have to depend on COD revenue. I mean, whether or not they want to be dependent on it or not, they make a ton of money from COD, so you can't really unknit that sweater. You can't really unknit that sweater. I mean, COD has become endemic to the PlayStation ecosystem. I actually think both Microsoft, Activision, and PlayStation are all very, very much hesitant to see Call of Duty leave behind old gen because there's still so many people on PlayStation 4 playing COD there. And I would imagine GTA 6 is what they've been waiting on. I've suggested I think next year is the year COD leaves behind old gen because GTA 6 is going to basically help them with that. They're going to assist with this idea of like, okay, we've got enough conversion now. We've got enough people that have jumped over. Now we can put COD on PlayStation 5, Series X and S only. We can leave old gen behind. The ROG Ally X was canceled? No, it was not. Xbox was going to be making their own handheld, not partnering with Asus. They were going to be making their own. Internally, it was leaked by Tom Warren of The Verge and others that they have canceled that. They will not be making their own. Now, they said they were going to do it later, but even Jez Corden of Windows Central was like, he doesn't think they're going to pick it back up again. He thinks it's just internally done, indefinitely shelved. When we heard that report, it was also reported they were going to be diverting their attention to focusing on the operating system. Essentially, the operating system that you're going to interact with on the Xbox ROG Ally X or this future console PC hybrid, it's going to have some version of Windows on it that's sort of stripped down. This is why there won't be a dev kit for the ROG Ally X. There's no dev kit for it. Why? It's going to be a Windows gaming device running a version of Windows. The future of Xbox hardware is literally that. That's the future. Is this, whatever this operating system is that they're working on, it's going to be some type of a Windows device, and that Windows device is going to be able to play, as far as we can tell, all the launchers. That's the future of Xbox hardware. You obviously are going to have to decide whether or not you think that that is worth it and if it's at the right price point. Because it could be amazing value to somebody. Like if the price point's right and the performance is right, it could be a huge solution for people that want a PC in their living room, but they don't want to fiddle around with a PC in their living room. Like, I would love to have a really nice PC in my living room. It just isn't fun to do. It's like you gotta get like a wireless keyboard and a wireless mouse, and you're navigating Windows on your PC, and a big picture of Steam. I think it's kind of ugly. Like, I think this could be a nice solution for people, but for a lot of people, it's going to be a giant departure. It won't feel like a traditional console, and they're going to be considering switching at that point in time. So, I need to take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Next year's COD is rumored to be next gen only. This year's COD seems to be last gen supported because Black Ops 7 is essentially just a Black Ops 6.5. Yeah, I've not looked too deep into the mire there on that. I was just thinking it makes sense to me that like GTA 6 will be that big turning point. The year that GTA 6 comes out, the year after, or in this case, same year because it's coming out like May. Like if GTA 6 would have hit its date this year, Black Ops still would have been old gen. It would have been on old gen, I mean. Sony sues Tencent for allegedly ripping off Horizon video games. Yeah, did you guys see this? This is from a while ago, and people predicted that there could have been a lawsuit. Light of Mortarum. I mean, it is. Some of it seems just like 1-to-1. Like just 1-to-1. So Schreier saying, well, all right, but surely it can't be that blatant, Lamau. Like it is. Yeah. So that'll be interesting to see where that court case goes. That will be interesting. Got some more questions here that you guys can submit with the question command or the Q command. One here from Britt Dyer says, why would Sony spend money to port to Xbox in the future if Xbox hardware has Steam Epic PC? Why spend the extra money? I don't think they will. I think that's the point that I've been trying to make to people, is that future Xbox hardware won't have a... I mean, it could have a dev kit, but it might not even really be a dev kit. It might just be like, well, this is the hardware configuration that we went with, right? Thank you, Wilbur. It's just the hardware configuration that they went with. So, conceivably, you know, it would be like a dev kit, but it wouldn't be like a traditional console dev kit. It would just be like, you know... It would be like, here's the configuration that we've got. Here's the chipset configuration or whatever. This guy left a comment on my Wu Chang thing. He says, I was going to leave the video straight at the beginning with a dislike after the affirmation of Sekiro meets Black Myth Wukong. I really don't get it. Your viewpoints are definitely good, and I've watched it, but what is this game in common with either one of these two? Well, the entire system of dodging, feeding your abilities is like straight out of Wukong. The feathering and the arm and the infection, as well as the frenetic combat, is focusing on if you build into deflect. It's very similar to Sekiro. Combat feeling, its main characteristics, everything, nothing to do with those. Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. I think Wu Chang has a lot in common with those games. Yeah, I didn't outline those. I didn't outline those in the. This is what it feels like to me. Like it's not. What the thing is when I say it's like Sekiro meets Wukong. What comes out on the other end is obviously a very different product. So highlighting those differences is like, yeah, I didn't say it was identical to those. I was just saying it kind of feels like those two games smashed together, you know? The heavy focus on dodging is very, very much like Wukong. The dodging giving you like ability points and abilities like within the fight. I don't know. A lot of the combat and the way it played out with the blocks and the deflects and stuff, it felt very much like Sekiro to me at times. She's literally going through something called a feathering that's like affecting her arm and giving her abilities. Like, I don't know, the Dragon Rot in his arm in Sekiro? I don't know. You beat Commander Honglin with the spear, don't recommend. I saw somebody that came up with a build and an approach to that fight with the spear that they said was amazing. I don't recommend it either. I recommend playing her longsword deflect. I think that's the way to fight her. You get very, very consistent and rhythmic punish on her. Yeah, we saw that, Terror Master, that they're Sony's suing Tencent over it. Let me clear the question queue, but let me answer this last one so you guys can get to the front of the queue line if you want to ask questions with the question command. I agree that the multi-platform stuff is probably related to licensing, but old IP and live service. But what's the logic in putting anything besides live service on Xbox? Nothing sells there. I mean, I obviously don't want to get super inflammatory, but I tend to agree with you that, like, there's not really a strong reason to put games over there that you would need them to sell well to justify it. I think Helldivers is in a different category. It's a live service game, and the developer expressed interest in doing it. It's a game that can benefit from having more people in the player funnel. I think there's just different rules there. I don't think it's equal to like the tentpole titles, as they've indicated in the shareholders calls and the Q&As and all the remarks and things they've made about this. They very, very much view their live service games and their tentpole titles very differently. So you're gonna try and beat Hunglin with the long sword and then one-handed sword. You can upgrade skills to have counterattacks in Wu Chang. Yeah, I think when you fight Commander Honglin, if you do the deflect skill, the deflect discipline skill, and you give her both of the things, the one that opens up counterattack and the one that also opens them up more, you're constantly putting her into a vulnerable position. In both phase 1 and 2, you can get very, very consistent deflects on her, and it opens her up for very consistent damage. Yeah, I don't like dodging a lot of her attacks. Dodging her kick, yes. Dodging her like crazy flailing thing with like it looks like a whip or something. Yeah, you gotta dodge those. Everything else you should be trying to deflect in her fight. Chaos Theory with 2 months. Anyone else feel like if they don't need a new console, I have a PS5, and if cross-gen is a thing moving forward, I don't feel any desire to buy a PlayStation 6? I think your desire to buy a PlayStation 6 is unique to you, right? So they could get 3 years into the PlayStation 6 and start dropping things that you can't get. And that might be the tipping point, right? You might be like, well, it's time to get one. Maybe they do a PlayStation 6 Pro, and when they do that, they start dropping games that don't hit PS5. Everybody's different. Your desire, your tipping point, the thing that convinces you to switch and to buy, I think is unique to every person. Wu Chang's combat is so dope. A lot of variety and depth. Different disciplines per weapon means you can experiment with new playstyles. Yeah, I think the further you get in Wu Chang, I think some of the rough edges of combat start to show themselves. Stun locks from enemies knocking you down, enemy animations that track in a funky way where you dodge and get hit anyway. Hit detection on triggering Obliterate is really inconsistent. I showed people clips from one of my boss fights where it wasn't working. You're supposed to get it when you hit the bride in the back with a fully charged, and it didn't give it to me sometimes. Other times it gave it to me and I was like hitting her from the side or the front. So there is, I think, some issues with with hitboxes and some of the attack animations and stuff. But by and large, I think with some tender love and care and some polish, it could get into a much better place. It also doesn't look very pretty. The performance mode's not great on console, and it's got performance issues on PC. The lobster boss straight up ignores obliterates, tilted me a bit. Yeah, the lobster boss likes to do that. Blightweaver likes to do that. It's like you get them to the obliterate, and he just goes underground. Yeah, it's a little tilting. The Blightweaver lobster boss is probably the worst boss I fought with respect to design, inconsistent hitboxes and stuff. We put all those clips in the video. It was just like, yeah, it's nowhere near you, and it's like counting it. So, where is Saros? I want to see more. Yeah, the deep dive into gameplay has not happened yet, so I'm curious if they're going to leverage Saros at Gamescom or Tokyo Game Show. I don't think they will. My own prediction with Saros and the deep dive into gameplay, it'll be after Yote. It'll be sometime in October, November, maybe. I don't think they'll do a deep dive of gameplay at the Game Awards. I think that would be a bit odd. But I do think Saros is going to wait its turn. I don't think they like to step in front of things like Yote. How are the hitboxes in the early game? I didn't uncover anything significant with hitboxes in the early game. It really didn't start to get wonky until I got to the bride. Once I got to her, I started noticing that it was pretty significant. It was pretty significant. It was like, yeah, this is really inconsistent. Because the thing that frustrates me, it's actually before the bride. I don't know her name, but the chick with the pipe, and like she's got like a lot of cleavage, and she's got like a pipe and like purple stuff going everywhere. She was the first fight where I felt like this hitbox thing's not working right. It was working in my favor though. I would get fully charged hits on her from the side, from the front, and she'd go down into an obliterate. And I was like, I felt like I missed. Then you get to the bride, and it starts to work against you. You start hitting her directly on the back, and it doesn't trigger it. So, yeah. That's when I started to notice the inconsistencies. And then I started seeing reports of the performance, and then I started getting reports from people that actually rolled credits that said there was inconsistencies in the fight later on. And I was like, okay, it's time for me to go back to Death Stranding 2, because I'm not going to put up with that, you know. We need to be able to have a conversation about Game of the Year. I can't do that if I don't roll credits on Death Stranding 2. I'm only half listening. Did Lono say a pipe lady with big cleavage? She's like holding a pipe, and that's one of her animations that are like a dead giveaway when you can get her with like a heavy attack, is when she like uses the pipe. You can get a heavy attack. If you hit her from the back of her model with a heavy attack, it will put her into an obliterate status, which is like a backstab. I must say, Lono, these have been very enjoyable conversations during the stream today, and very fair and sensible. There wasn't any dismissing of questions or perspectives. I appreciate you saying that, Tyler. I continue to just self-reflect, and I continue to think about what I do with my streams and how we handle conversations. And this was an opportunity for me to be like, you know what? We're going to have people doing that thing. Not that you weren't doing this, Tyler, but there are going to be people that are trying to bait, that are just trying to console war. They're just going to be saying stuff. And I was just going to try to approach it as like, go ahead. Go ahead and put out your stats, your data, your facts, and I'll see if it's a compelling argument or not, Piped is slang. Oh, yeah, I didn't say piped. She has a pipe. She's holding a pipe. IGN just did a hands-on preview for Chronos New Dawn. Nice. Are they the only one, or did a bunch of people get previews? The PS5 I gave to a cousin about 3 months ago this gen because they're friends, and their most of mine are still all over. Hang on, Mash says. That said, I don't care about the price. The Xbox Series X, I paid $850 Canadian, which is about 100 more than sticker, and $950 for PS5, which is about 200 above sticker due to shortage. Oh, you were funding. Mash was out here funding the scalpers. You really are a high roller, Mash. Just out here funding the scalpers. I thought better of you, Mash. I thought better of you. How far are you in Death Stranding 2? Change your mind about Game of the Year? No. I'm 80% through and I don't see it. I'm resonating with what Nick said on Twitter. I feel like I enjoyed the first game more, maybe. I don't know. I think Death Stranding 2 is exceptional. It really is. The world is awesome. The story's cool. Voice acting, all of it. It's all great. But I'm just like, yeah, I don't think so. There was an amazing scene between two characters on the deck, like on the where you go up and like talk to everybody. I'm not going to say anything more than that. It was awesome. And the soundtrack was incredible. But I'm still not convinced it's going to have what it takes to beat Expedition 33. Yo, Raphael with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Your analysis on the industry is next to none. Keep up the good work, sir. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. If you guys, you got a chance here. We're going a little long today, and you can help get us ahead of the curve. Okay, we've got time. We have time. You guys can get us ahead on pace for Friday and Saturday. So I am going to be out of town next week, but not just unlocking a Friday night stream, but a Saturday community game stream as well is on the table. And MASH is going to help here with a 20 bomb. We need some people to help MASH out. He's trying to get us ahead on pace. If we want to be ahead on pace, we need to end today at 200. And he is certainly making it possible. Thank you very, very much, MASH. Your continued generosity to me, the channel, my family, and the community here is just unrivaled. Thank you very much. Guys, check your resubs. If you're on YouTube, you should be on a Member Plus tier, and that counts towards the goal every time you guys renew or upgrade. Looks like a bunch of the outlets played it. Okay. Yeah, my main concern with a game like Chronos is, and this isn't me like, I'm not complaining here. I'm saying it just doesn't appeal to me. I know people love those types of games where you're like slow walking and it's like scary, but you're really slow. Yo, Wired Rope with the 5 bomb over here on purple, trying to answer back. He's trying to answer back. We're now 20 away from the next milestone. Currently, I owe 10 members. I owe 10 members to YouTube. Now's a great time to steal. We'll see if Purple can't get some of their big dogs in the room to answer back. Yeah, I've seen the thing, Lady Gamer, about the Sony suing the knockoff on Horizon. Maybe we'll cover that tomorrow. I'm not sure. So, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So I'm not complaining at all. I just think it's good to know what you like and what you don't like. And I've never been a fan of games where they do it's a horror game and your character is just like a geriatric. And the enemies are coming and you've got like this it's just everything feels constrained. Like the footage that they showed, he's like shooting them in the legs and then shooting them and like walking over and like stomping on them. I'm not even being critical. I'm just saying I don't enjoy that. It's just not something that creates intensity. I just get kind of annoyed. I'm like, come on. So I think people that like those types of games, Chronos looks amazing, but it just isn't the kind of game that hits me. That's just a preference thing. Horror games that have tank controls, they play terribly. Some people absolutely love it. They love the sense of like methodically planning and, shooting in the right ways and moving and positioning in the right ways. They absolutely love it. I just don't. It just doesn't really land on me. I remember enjoying Dead Space 3 with my buddy, but I didn't feel like Dead Space 3 wasn't like that much. It felt like a happy medium. Member Plus renewal from Punisher Matt. 2 years in, enjoy the banter while at work in the factory. Well, thank you so much for 2 entire years, and thank you so much for doing a Member Plus. We need more and more people to do that, and I greatly appreciate it. The 2 primary ways that folks support this is gifting and Member Pluses. Those are mega helpful. If you can't do either, it's understandable, but those of you that do, that is how we do this full time. I'm coping. You were talking about Chronos? Yeah, sorry. So yeah, I'm not being critical at all. I'm not being critical of the game and saying that like that's bad or they shouldn't do that or like, they should make the game for me. When I see a game that's going to fall into that lane, I just anticipate like I don't think I'm going to enjoy this. And I think that's okay. I think knowing yourself and what you like is incredibly important in picking the right games. It was why I wanted to play Expedition 33 because historically I see a turn-based game and I nope right out. And I could tell they had built something I was going to enjoy. And I did. It's my favorite game this year. I like when the enemies are geriatric or limited, like Super Slow Zombie or Can't Climb Trees, and I just mow them all down with one hand as I eat a snack. And eat a snack with the other. Yeah, I'm not asking for the inverse. You know what I'm saying? I'm not asking for the inverse to be true. Like, well, make the enemies slow and make my job easy. I've just never liked when I feel that how do I want to phrase this? I don't feel like choking player volition is I don't feel like it's an appropriate way to create challenge. It was one of the reasons why I was critical of the use of Poison Swamp and the mines in Wu Chang. And I was in really good company with that criticism. They got so much feedback on it, they actually adjusted the mines themselves, right? So, you know, in large part, I think when the player's volition is too limited, you start to feel like you're not really playing a role. Does that make sense? You're like, well, what am I doing? Am I just here to be limited? Am I just here to be, controlled and shrunk down? Does that make sense? Like, I'm not a fan of a game when it makes it to where, like, I feel like all of my choices are funneled through this sort of very, very narrow potential or opportunity or choices. Somebody said it in a review recently. I was listening to some guys, they were debating FromSoft games. And actually, no, this guy was talking about Starfield. And he was arguing that the illusion of choice is when a game sets up a scenario and you're not really making the choice. And so what he said is you're essentially making a choice that was already kind of made for you. If that makes sense. It was like, well, everybody's going to choose this. Like, it's kind of obvious. Like, this is what they want people to do. And so they end up sort of funneling you to a choice. So it doesn't feel like much of a choice. It's called grounding. No, I'm not making my point very clear. When you say the player can do A through C, A, B, C, these are your choices, and even those choices are kind of limited, I end up feeling sort of like the constraints of the game are working against what I would like to do. And because they're working against the constraints that I would like to do, I don't enjoy myself. I get sort of frustrated. I feel like it's not I feel like it's sort of not fun, if that makes sense. Like, obviously you have to limit the player to a certain degree. You can't fly. You can't move through the walls. You can't disappear. You can't become invisible, right? You're limiting the player to a certain degree in these scenarios. But when you're so limited to where you're like, well, my player's moving slow, I can't get away, like I feel like my ankles are broken, that's when I feel like it's totally fair, at least again from my perspective, it's totally fair to say, yeah, I feel like I'm being limited too much here. I feel like my choices are being too squished, if that makes sense. Some people like that. They like the idea of the game sort of putting them in a vice, sort of making it to where this is all you can do. You can't do much else. Either you're slow or you're limited. They love that. They love that feeling because to them, like, overcoming that is like a big deal. And I think I function on just a different like wavelengths. I don't know. I just think we're, different strokes, different folks, different players. Wu Chang feels like I'm playing in quicksand with 100-pound weights tied to my legs. Where are you feeling that? Are you feeling that like all of the time or like just in boss fights? I'm the type of gamer who likes getting an invincibility mode in a FromSoft or Elden Ring game just so I can go slapping all the bosses with backhands till they die. Yeah, the example that I used to give was, if I gave you a weapon in a game and you could walk in the room and you could one-shot the boss. You go bing and he falls down. I would say, oh yeah, you're really powerful, aren't you? Don't you feel powerful? You would say, well, no. You would rightly say you've trivialized any sense of power that I could have. Like, I'm not overcoming anything. I don't feel like I'm under threat. I don't feel like the enemy's strong. I don't feel like the enemy has a health pool to speak of, right? So obviously, if you go into a fight and the opposite is true, and you feel like you're incredibly limited and like you're barely hurting the boss or you can barely move, and I asked you, like, do you feel really strong? You're like, well, no, I feel like I'm just a punching dummy. I feel like I'm just here to, to have the game kind of smack me around. So you got to find the ground in between those two extremes. The extreme of you just one-shotting a boss, you don't feel powerful. The extreme of the boss kind of one-shotting you, or like you don't really have any movement choices or volitional choices. You're just kind of like a punching dummy. Like both of those extremes are not a place where the player feels powerful or particularly challenged. You got to kind of like land in the middle somewhere. And I think that's very difficult. I don't think that's easy to do. New Game Plus were created to make you OP. Yeah, I suppose if you view it that way, like a lot of the times people view New Game Plus as the victory lap. I didn't like it in Elden Ring. I got to Radon and we had like a crazy twin blade build, a bleed. It was like a bleed twin blade build that we had come up with. And I walked into Radon's arena. I slapped him a handful of times and he died. And I was like, this is lame. I was like, this is not fun. And so that's when I readjusted and tried some different things. I readjusted. I tried a magic build, didn't like a magic build. We settled on a sword and shield, no summons build, and I had a blast. And then I got to the fire giant, and I was like, yeah, I don't want to do this again. The second half of Elden Ring is just going to tilt me. It's just not, me and the second half of Elden Ring don't get along, It's essentially a horror simulation if you were an elderly person trapped in a residential assisted living housing, difficulty moving. That would be pretty terrible. That'd be pretty terrible and terrifying. Yo, it's good, SpongeRob. Let's make a mad dash scramble on these likes. Let's try to get to 400 likes. We had a nice strong turnout today. Lots of people were here. We're trying to get ahead on pace. We're trying to get to 200 members on the day. So make sure you're celebrating your primes, your renewals, your gifteds that you guys like to do. Mash is a big part of it too for me. When I game, I generally focus on the story and the cutscenes, not so much the gameplay challenge. While for that challenge, I play multiplayer or PvP games. Yeah, I've really changed a lot in that realm. Like I used to always just only be in PvP games. I played Call of Duty just a stupid amount. And that was just all I played. And then I kind of got burned on that, and I played a lot of Borderlands, which is what sort of was the road that led me to Destiny. And now I'm more in the headspace of I want something I don't want it to be quite as challenging as Wu Chang. Like it's hard for me to relax with a super challenging game. But I also don't want it to be too casual. Madam and I are running into that right now, like trying to find a co-op game that's kind of satisfying. Like RoboQuest was sort of both casual but also challenging enough to like keep us engaged. We tried a couple of co-op games where it wasn't enjoyable because it was just it was almost like a mindless button mash, right? And so I think that's just it's like a hard middle ground to land on where something's not brain dead easy, but it's also not like mind-numbingly hard and you want to like snap your controller in half, And sometimes I think it's good. The way I described Wu Chang is, to me, it was like kind of like going to the gym. Nobody wants to go to the gym. I mean, I know there's gym rats and people that like live in the gym and they love it. And no offense to them. I use gym rat lovingly. Like I wish I had that level of motivation and drive for like physical fitness, because I just don't. So, there are people that do, but generally people don't want to go to the gym, but then you always feel good after you do. And I think I wonder if there's just times in gaming where you should do that to yourself. Put yourself in a game that stretches you and pushes you to your limits and puts you outside your comfort zone and endure it and go. And you end up feeling very, very good afterward. You know, if they push out some patches for Wu Chang and address some of the hitboxes on Obliterate and address some of the hitboxes of like enemy tracking that we were running into, I'm happy to go back in there. I think if I can get done with Death Stranding 2 quick enough, I might end up back in Kazan. I don't know. I'm looking at the backlog and looking at things coming, and it might, I might end up spending some time in there. Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree made up for easy pacing. Still got a bone to pick with the endgame boss. Yeah. I love Elden Ring. First and only Souls-like I've ever beat fully. I put hundreds of hours in. The open world design helped reduce the need to just fight the same boss and die 500 times. Yeah, I think the beginning of Elden Ring to this day is the best open world experience that I've ever had. I think it's the best. We played a lot of open world games, as gamers, and I think that one of the things that open world games struggle with a lot of the times is exploratory purpose. So it feels like the open world is sort of just like this giant palette for them to puke content onto and trinkets to find. And both Breath of the Wild and Elden Ring, I think, completely changed, the perspective of like what an open world game could be, where it feels dense and yet not daunting, and it feels inviting and yet it feels just huge. Like it's almost like, oh my gosh, like am I ever going to be able to find everything? And then the density really serves that exploratory purpose. Like you might find a cave, you might find a dungeon, you might find a secret, you might find like an open world boss, you might find an item. And I think that's where both of those games just really, really flourished. And I feel like a lot of the open world games falter in those particular areas. You're just like, well, here's another town, here's another merchant, here's another fetch quest. And both, Breath of the Wild and Elden Ring created an idea that I would like to see kind of like more games tap into. We might see something somewhat similar. I don't think it's going to be a direct connection, but you might see something similar with a game coming this year called Hell Is Us, where one of the principles of their game's design is they want the player just sort of to discover things, right? They want you to feel that sense of like, I solved it on my own, I found the secret, or I found the connection. I saw a really cool interview with Elijah Wood where he said one of his favorite games lately was Blueprints. And I think he said a friend of his told him about it and said, don't look anything up, just play it. I think that was the catalyst, but that's how he played it. Whether or not it was a friend that told him to do it or not, he ended up playing the game and he didn't look anything up. And he said he had a notebook and he was writing things down and figuring things out. And he says it was just so enjoyable. And I felt like a twinge of jealousy for what he was able to enjoy. You know what I mean? I was like, man, I wish I could have approached Blueprints in that way. For me, Elden Ring is the best open world adventure game we've ever had. Breath of the Wild was good. Elden Ring is great to me. I think I would argue Elden Ring excelled in some of the areas and did a better job. Yeah. I would say the way that they used the environments to hide things in plain sight, cave openings especially, I thought were super, super impressive in Elden Ring. I think to this day, it's one of my favorite experiences in an open world, was just sort of walking around and, looking and scanning and like rounding a corner, and you're like, oh, what's this? Oh, it's just an opening. There's a cave right here. I just always thought that was so cool. I thought they did an excellent job with that. And a lot of the times it felt like it was like right in plain sight. Like if you didn't hit just the right angle and go just far enough, you wouldn't see them. There was always something to do in Elden Ring. There's a lot of empty space in Breath of the Wild. I think Breath of the Wild's emptiness was very intentional. It's meant to feel like a world that's been ravaged. It's dead. It's quiet. It's empty. You know? Yo, that is a big super chat. Cobra Kai, thank you. My gosh. I like the back and forth today. I disagree where the industry's headed, but I think that's because I do product development and sales strategy for a living. I appreciate the days where people can voice differentiating opinions and not be attacked. I really hope that what I modeled today, you know, and again, that's very generous super chat, and that's a very kind thing to say. I really hope that what we modeled today brings people back around that might have decided maybe they didn't like it here. You know, and me just trying to be more self-aware and self-reflecting on how I handle discussions and conversations, because there was a part of me that didn't want to cover this. I was like, I don't know if I want to cover this or not, because I know what it can lead to. I know what it can, you know, devolve into. I felt like we did a great job, and yeah, I enjoyed it as well. Sadly, our upload is such a big video. We're having some difficulty with it, so we are kind of just in a holding pattern here, extending. Which the conversation's still great. Like, I like doing long live streams. Don't get me wrong. I'm really hoping we can get this thing uploaded. It ended up being a lot longer than I expected, and I think it's kind of had an effect here. Hear me out. Avowed, while being just okay, the combat and exploration were great. If Outer Worlds 2 has similar exploration, but as the world and NPC reactability and systems as Bethesda, it'll be neat. I didn't play enough Avowed to really comment on that, but I do. I wonder if you're similar to Bethesda in any way, I wonder if that works against you. Like, are there people that sort of, once they start to sense the Bethesda adjacentness, they might feel a sense of, like, aversion to that? I don't know. Like, you know? Like, I feel like when I looked at commercials for the Outer Worlds 2, like, it looked good. But there's also an element of like, I don't know. I don't know if maybe I just don't want to play that style of game anymore, maybe. Like, I spent so much time in Fallout 4, like, I don't even know, it was like 111 hours or something. It could be that I've just kind of grown out of that idea, whether it's ESO or, you know, Fallout 4 or the like. So... It's Jover. I will play your PS5 games on my PS5. PlayStation recognizes the future is no exclusive and will make more money. When everyone plays, we all win. I don't think they've signaled a future with no exclusives, and neither has Nintendo. But if you feel like you're getting good games and you can celebrate that, then man, more power to you. I would say Obsidian gets that talking points in comparison to Bethesda no matter what. They really do. I mean, and again, I'm just wondering if that works against them in any regard. Like, because I do feel like there are elements to those games within Bethesda that more and more people are now starting to feel like it just feels kind of dated. It just feels kind of stuck in a bygone era. I think some of this, too, is like your own evolution as a player. Like, your own evolution as a player. So, like, for me, there's even a part of me, like, I'm really looking forward to Borderlands 4. But Borderlands 4 is going to have to really nail it. They're going to have to nail it. Like, it can't just be like Borderlands 2.5. Like, it's going to have to be a really, really good game, or I'm going to kind of be like, I've kind of played this before. Familiarity is a problem, isn't it? I mean, we run into this when people look at, you know, sequels. They say things like, well, it's just more of the same. It's just more of the same. I think in a sequel, you sort of come to expect that. You're like, yeah, of course it's going to be more of the same. Like, nobody booted up Ragnarok or Spider-Man 2 and thought, what a ridiculous notion. You know, what a ridiculous notion. That this is similar to the first game. But I think when you get into genres and you play a game and you're like, yeah, this kind of feels like this game I played over here. Like, that's when familiarity, I think, can work against you. Now, sometimes familiarity can work in your favor, because look at Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals is got enough familiarity so that, like, Overwatch fans were able to, like, get in, hit the ground running, start strategizing, having a good time, and feeling empowered as a player, right? So, that familiarity served the project. It served the product. Sometimes, though, it can hurt. Like when we played Concord, right? There were times where we were like, man, this is just freaking Destiny, right? It feels just like Destiny. And the characters are kind of lame, and there's no ultimates and what have you. So I do think it's a fine line. It's a fine line. Like, if you do, like, for example, when they made Expedition 33, people that are familiar with turn-based games were like, yeah, I've played games with a lot of these elements in them before, and that could either serve the game's good, where they feel like, hey, I like this is familiar, I'm already coming up with fun builds and strategy, and I feel like I'm ready to go. You know, I feel like I'm ready to plan and take on the challenges. It also, for some people, worked against Expedition 33. I've had a lot of people say, they're like, well, those mechanics and those things have been around for a really long time, and it was like they didn't land on them as unique. It didn't land on them as, particularly strong. So sometimes familiarity can sort of be split as well. Because for me, I thought Expedition 33 just felt like new, fresh, awesome, and super enjoyable. But others are sort of like, well, it actually wasn't. A lot of this had been done before, or I played games with this before. I played games with that before, whatever. That's what makes me think, like, are people going to boot up a game like Outer Worlds 2 and be like, yeah, this feels kind of familiar. I've kind of played games like this before. And is that potentially going to, to work against it? I certainly hope not, because it seems like a really cool game. And it seems like they poured a lot of passion into it. And it was unfortunate that the one outing, it was like I think it was like IGN or whoever was showing off the footage. It was like, good golly, like there was all that screen tearing and stuff. And I remember I tried to tell people, I'm like, well, that could be because of a bad capture method. Like, however IGN was recording, maybe even somebody at the studio, did it. Maybe they just had somebody capturing footage, with bad settings or something. And I remember thinking, like, that can't be something that's, like, endemic to the game, like just screen tearing, because that's usually just a sign of the capture method not being synced up with the frame rate of the game. Like, for me, I have to turn on VSync for, like, when I capture a PC game. If I don't turn on VSync, I'll get screen tearing on the capture card. For me, Expedition 33's greatest accomplishment is that it got people who don't like turn-based games to try them, and they actually enjoyed it. That alone is worth something. I think that's well stated. Yeah. I think that's well stated. And I remember a lot of it comes down to presentation. Like, we were talking about this, I think, last week. And I kept coming back to presentation. I was like, presentation and execution are a huge role in what made Expedition 33 work. Because just the trailers alone, I was like, you know what? I bet I roll credits on that game. I remember I literally said, I was like, I bet you that's the first turn-based game that I roll credits on. Because I ran out of steam in Child of Light. I remember way back in the day running out of steam with Super Mario RPG and Final Fantasy VII. I just ran out of steam. I was like, it just starts to wear thin, When you're out of your element, I think it makes it harder to go the distance with a game. Like, if somebody was like, we really want you to roll credits on this, this racing game or whatever, it'd be really, really difficult because I'm out of my element, like having that endurance, even if I'm having fun for like the first couple of races. So I think I remember feeling that with Child of Light and Final Fantasy VII and Super Mario RPG. I remember feeling like, I just don't want to do this anymore. Like, the fights start to feel like a nuisance, if that makes sense. I gather you still would have finished Expedition 33 if it didn't have the parry dodge mechanic. I don't know if I would have picked the game up, homie. I don't think I would have picked up Expedition 33 without the parry and the dodge mechanic. It wouldn't have got my attention. It got my attention because it was an interactive turn-based. I was like, oh, I'll do that. I like parrying and dodging. I think if Outer Worlds 2 really, really nails everything they're doing, then that's when similarities to Fallout could benefit the game. That's true, because there are people that have like fond memories of New Vegas. You know, I have not played the video yet. No, that was a game changer for you. It was. Literally, when I saw a trailer, Jack, that's quite literally what I pointed out. No, I didn't watch the 20-minute footage of Phantom Blade, no. I remember I pointed that out. I'm like, they're doing parries and they're doing dodges in combat. I was like, I'll play that. I was like, that looks freaking fun. You know? IGN has consistently been uploading terrible quality videos for their IGN first games that they focus on each month. IGN is horrendous with quality. It's very weird to not be good at capturing gameplay footage, though. The parrying and dodging is the best part of Expedition 33 for me. I love the story, but everything depending on me dodging or parrying is the icing on the cake. It's looking crazy. Yeah, anytime I've seen anything with Phantom Blade Zero, I've thought, man, that looks hot. People who hate turn-based games will likely never roll credits again on another turn-based game. Roll credits on Expedition 33. That's amazing engagement. Yeah, like if they never go and touch another one. Like if they're just sort of like, yeah, it's not happening. Yeah. The free aim dodge parry mechanic is what sets Expedition 33 apart from other turn-based games. Also the excellent story and music. Well, I would certainly say there are turn-based games that have excellent story and music. I mean, I think people would want to fight you on that one. But yeah. The free aim, the dodge, the parry. And I know people are going to be like, well, there are other games that have it. Again, I think it just really, really comes down to execution. All right. Solo didn't roll credits for one of the greatest turn-based games of our era, Baldur's Gate 3, but he rolled credits on Expedition 33. Let that sink in. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's all about presentation. It's all about, yeah. It really makes a difference. Presentation is a significant aspect. I mean, the first time I saw a trailer for Expedition 33, I said that's Game of the Year potential, and that's a game I could see myself rolling credits on. I mean, I think that's significant. Comes down to that presentation, dude. All right, so this is probably going to end up being a later upload. I think we're still going to do it today because it's on topic and it was what we talked about today. And I think tomorrow would be really, really confusing for people. So There will be an upload on this channel probably in like about an hour or so about is PlayStation changing strategy. We will probably have to put people in there from Green Room, which I tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to just call an audible here, and I'm going to make Green Room open to all members so that we just have more people to throw at it. This is a sample. You're going to get a sample of Green Room, especially considering they can watch it on Purple right now anyway. They can watch it on Purple now for now anyway. So we might as well give all channel members, especially because we had a lot of gifteds today, the opportunity to come check out Green Room. It's behind the scenes. It's us planning content, thinking through content, and then we'll send you to this upload when we're done. So there's going to be a link in chat. If you like getting to be able to come to like an end of the show segment like this, well then consider upgrading. Consider upgrading to Member Plus. Okay. And the link is in chat if you guys would like to come with us. And if you like what you see, again, that extra $1, $6 a month versus $5, gets you into a whole new funnel of content. All right, so this is going to be a Green Room, and this one will be, just for today, available to all members, both Gifted, Member Plus, and VIP. We will be going and hitting an upload and a premiere at the conclusion of this. We had a little bit of a snafu with the upload. We had some issues, like it wasn't rendering properly, and we are now sort of on pace. But we got to go into the Green Room. We got to kind of start planning tomorrow anyway. We can't belabor the point. So I want to end the previous stream talking about PlayStation and talking about will this hurt their brand. The change in strategy video covers a lot more than I covered in the brand video. So I'm going to end that and bring folks over. I'm going to